2, 1. Good. All right, first thing we're going to do. Make sure that we are dashing everywhere because otherwise you move really, really slowly. And then we're going to get stuff for Dan. So we have 1 rapier. It's not much, but it is an upgrade over the wooden stick you start with. We're going to have 1 set of chainmail armor. That's actually really good. Red Mage, very easy early game thanks to that chainmail armor. And I am thinking about what I want here. So fire and lit 1, they're not really that impressive. And while Cure 1 doesn't do much, it does help a little bit. So what I am pondering, given that you can't get the Ruse spell until you class change, and we are planning on not class changing, so probably just going to use the defense sword instead, is it worth getting Protect? This is a spell that you don't normally think about. It increases your physical defense a bit, which means you're still getting hit for a lot of damage. So I'm trying to figure out whether or not we want to reserve a space for this. I mean, do you really need both Fire 1 and Lit 1? Probably not, to be honest. So maybe it's better to have more versatility, in which case I think I probably will get Lit 1. And I am going to get the Protect spell, along with Cure 1 here. These are pretty cheap if I end up making some mistakes. It's not that big of a deal for picking things up here that we're not going to use. But it's a big deal when you have the opportunity, as we do here tonight, to go tell the king all about our fabulous Orbs of Destiny. Hey, Max Plus Pi. Glad you're a big Cal fan. Techno Hornus, thank you much for the good wishes. And what do we see? If these Red Mages can make it past Imps, or if they're going to have some accidents. Guy. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 42 months. Hope you're doing well here. As per tradition, we have to simply pass our turns until we get down to a single character. And luckily, because Dan does have that chainmail armor, it's going to be very much significantly easier to stay alive compared to some of the other character classes where you might be taking pretty serious damage from these imps. The goblins are fancy outfits. I mean, they are very fancy. I gotta say, you would be hard-pressed to pick up outfits this stylish in this very troubling time. Now that the bridge has been broken, there are no boats, and really no commerce whatsoever. It's really tough to get good clothes. Game a tough first speedrun. I would say that of the Final Fantasy series, the original game is one of the harder ones. Especially the NES version. It is extremely technical to be able to make it through the game, given just the complete lack of quality of life improvements that have been made throughout the years of the series. But as it is not real time in any way, there's a lot of things that are going to be at least somewhat easier to learn and relaxing, and you do tend to have some pretty good safeties. Now, this particular remake, the GBA version, one of the nice things is that you do have the ability to save anywhere. That's going to be something that we use here a lot. And it makes getting through a lot of the dungeons much, much better than the NES original. But now that we've done that, let's go ahead and get our level up started here. We're going to be trying to get maximum HP gains for a while, which it's a 1 in 8 chance of getting strong HP gains if they're not already guaranteed. So Dan did not get it. Reset, try again. The basic strategy. You get as close to the level as you possibly can, which for these early levels will not take very long. Even at the meager amounts of XP that you get per imp, because the GBA version has a much faster leveling curve. Relatively easy to get those first few levels out of the way. And this is something that's going to be, compared to the NES version, solo mage is so much nicer. Because you don't have to spend hours and hours just getting through the very, very beginning of the game. But we do need some good luck. Alright, try number 2. And Dan gets 2 hit points. Now, we don't have a lot of variations possible here. There's only 3, 4, or 5 imps that are going to show up here. But if we need to get more random events going into things, we can pass a turn. And that should let me get some different results for the outcome. So we saw the 3 imp ambush last time. I'm going to imagine this is probably the same fight. It's very hard to tell because they're all going to be doing like basically the same damage. Let's see if this is a 7. Nope, 14. So this is a different fight already. And same outcome though. Still 2 hit points. We're looking for anything that is going to be a 25 or higher. That indicates that we got a strong HP gain. And for this version, that's a 1 in 8 chance. There we go. Form's definitely new. And definitely still onto it. Try again. Hey, Space Cowboy, welcome in. Thank you much for the raid there. And for those joining us, hope you had a great time watching Space Cowboy tonight. And hopefully you got plenty of time for our solo Red Mage is just getting started here. This is going to be a very long playthrough, probably with a couple of nights planned for it. We're going to finish the game with but a singular Red Mage. Let's see how we do. So far, not getting our strong HP gains that we're looking for. Hey, Space Cowboy. Glad you're having a good night. And yeah, this is actually the 3rd of the solo character challenges. Fighter has been done. Black Belt has been done. We're now studying out to Red Mage, which is probably not going to be that horrible compared to some of the other ones. White Mage, Black Mage, Thief, those are going to be definitely very, very challenging. For the NES version, these were ones that all had pretty significant things that needed to be implemented out. And we'll definitely see if that continues to be the case here today. Hope you're enjoying Fallout 4. That game continues to be really fun. We defeat chaos without any thieves. Well, the good news is, at least we'll have no thieves. That's right, Nate, welcome in. Hope you have a good time. Power Moose 666, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. I think we have seen this one before, so I'm going to use some pants and see if this gets us a different value for RNG. And there's double pants. Is this a good one? There we go, 23. All right, so a little bit of MP, strength, stamina. That's a pretty decent level up. We got 2 stats up. We got our HP gains. Do I really want to get regular items? Probably not. We'll just stick with going to the inn here. Be 870 hours with your friend. Hopefully it's not that bad. It was like 35 hours for NES and for PlayStation 1. They have given me some idea about what Solo Thief is going to be like on GBA as well from some of these other experiments. So we know it's going to be bad. But it probably is something that can be done in a not completely unreasonable amount of time. Let's see what we got for level 2. It's going to be 6 experience away, so we have next battle got it guaranteed no matter how small it is. It's going to be 35 hours for Astos. So the nice thing about the GBA version, this is the first version that has the 15 puzzle items that you can use in combat. And so, we should be able to get past Astos quite easily. It's going to require farming out a bunch of the fangs. Blue Fang for Lit 2, Red Fang for Fire 2, White Fang for Ice 2. These are all really, really good at mowing down Astos. It's going to need a bunch of them. So it's not totally free, but it is something that should make that part of the game so much better. And then you can sink a lot of more time into the level up process because it's going to be harder getting good level ups on this version compared to NES. Alright, try number 2, another 2. If you don't get a strong level up for HP gains, then the amount of HP is just your vitality score divided by 4. Round it down. And I think +1 on top of that. So as a result, it's going to be exactly the same, unless you get a strong gain, in which case, then you get a random range. It's about, I believe, 21 to 25 for what you can have for the range of it. And that's just added onto your vitality score. And so those are going to be way, way better in terms of the value that you get for them, especially early on, when you're not expected to have this much HP. Because we will need every bit of it. For MP, you could probably also manipulate that out. I think that you can get some pretty big MP rolls, which could help you out early. But I am way less worried about running out of MP than I am running out of hit points. Because for the most part, other than the very, very long boss fights, you should have no problem with the amount of MP that you have on a single character. Whether it's more of a fighter or a magic user, so you are going to be using your combat spell buffs to improve your fighting skills, especially Temper once we get to Provoca. That's going to be a massive game changer for just combat in general for the entire game. There we go, we got the 25. 13 MP, that's a lot better. Agility, Intelligence. Our Intelligence actually does something in this version. Every 10 points of Intelligence, we get a breakpoint, which increases our spell damage, or increases our healing recovery, like anything that's got a variable effect. Every multiple 10 makes it better. So there's another stat that we want to try and optimize on top of getting lots of strength for combat damage for the base, agility for dodging things, stamina for increasing your HP gains, and increasing your defense. Like every single thing is important. Makes it a lot tougher when you don't have any dump stats that you can use. And especially when they're all level-wise, like 1 in 8 chances. Got any problems with having to do the 15 puzzle a lot early on compared to the Fighter and Black Belt? Well, mainly I was hoping with Fighter and Black Belt to be able to save a bunch of time by not really needing the 15 puzzle. And ultimately, they both needed a little bit of it. They probably could have made do with just the Mega Elixirs that I got from the Zombie Ds and a couple of the recovery items that you have scattered around. But I went for a good number of spares just in case, and we ended up having pretty good chaos fights in both of those character classes. For the other character classes, they're going to need really a lot of recovery items, so it's going to be just on top of that, also doing all the things. There you go, level 3. 2 points. And Dan splits into 4 pieces when going to bed, and sometimes he's very, very tired. How powerful would our mage be if there was 2 feathers in the hat? I mean, that's a level of power that I don't think that anyone is prepared for. There's only so much fanciness before things get just a little bit out of hand. Let's try using our pants again. Get a different result this time. Nope, still 2. Only 3, so we know it's a different result here. The big hang up here early game is just that the Red Mage has been heavily nerfed in this version to have much poorer guaranteed stat gains compared to the other character classes, and compared to what the historical Red Mage used to get in the previous versions. This is kind of a response to the Red Mage being one of the better character classes. Although I don't think they were really that overpowered. The Fighter is a very good character class, the Black Belt's a very good character class. The Red Mage is good. Like, they are all around decent at many things, but they're not overwhelmingly powerful in any one area. But nevertheless, Red Mage was potentially seen as being a little bit too good. And so the biggest thing the Red Mage loses out on is very poor hit points, as well as a lot less intelligence than the other mage types, which is going to make it tough to survive and also limit your damage output. Nope, nothing there. You doing any fights on the Peninsula of Power? Well, it is not as easy to manipulate out the good encounters on Peninsula of Power. And yes, you can pretty much force out a very high percentage of fights to be the Zombies and Trolls, which is Zombies especially the best enemy that you can face out there with a weakness to fire and lots of experience. However, it is pretty easy to get Peninsula Power fights once you have the Fire 2 spells. You're going to be very quickly able to do some very hefty battles, and that will help us get prepared for the level up grinding. So basically go back and forth between doing Peninsula Power fights where you get the bulk of your experience picked up, and then you do the weaker fights to actually get the level up done, and you rinse and repeat. Hey, Captain Phillips. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 80 months. Welcome into our solo Red Mage playthrough. Working on our first couple level ups here. We get something good. So far, this level, lots of tubes. Yeah, 2 hit points is going to be your default amount for right now because you have not enough vitality to give you anything higher for your guaranteed stat gain. So if we don't get a strong level up, it's always going to be a 2. There's no RNG involved in that. Once you have failed the strong gain check, then vitality directly gives you the HP number. Similarly, if you fail the MP bonus, then I believe your intelligence score gives you a fixed number as well. That should also be intelligence divided by 4. And then forgetting this big level ups. 1 and 8 for every single stat I think is correct. So HP, MP, strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, luck, doesn't matter what it is. As long as you didn't get the guaranteed one, then you get a 1 in 8 chance. And we are going to get another chance because that is not what we want. $87, $13.31, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. Now, I did do a fair bit of early game level grooming like this on the fighter and black belt, especially the black belt for getting extra hit points early on. Well, the Red Mage is really essential for it, which is why we're starting right from the beginning at level 1. Not taking a couple of levels of just whatever to get further into the game. Like, we need to be really careful, otherwise some of the challenges coming up in like the Marsh Cave, Astos, Earth Cave, those are going to be much, much tougher if we don't do this. Will it beat if we don't get the right stats? Oh, you can definitely beat the game with less than ideal stats. The downside is that some of the things might take you many, many more tries. And if you've seen some of the characters struggle against things like Astos, then you might be aware of how many tries that could be. Does Dan decrease our luck with level ups? I think Dan is probably the worst in existence for level ups. Maybe slightly even worse than that. There have been times, dark times, where in regular playthroughs, Dan is completing the game like 200 hit points less than the other Red Mage in the party. Like, it has been absolutely revoltingly bad. Just how incredibly awful Dan can be at this. Which is why Dan is the obvious choice for our solo Red Mage here tonight. Hey, Taylor. Here's for resubscribing back for 26 months. Enjoy the process of getting Dan a level up. NES has got a very similar system. It is never going to be possible to manipulate out strong HP gains, and obviously MP does not exist as a concept on the NES version. But when you get a strong gain, there is that range of a couple hit points, which I am not going to worry about for this playthrough, but is important on the NES version. And NES, because each of the stack gains is a 1 in 4 chance instead of a 1 in 8 chance, it is much more practical to try and pretty much get like the perfect combination of stat ups. With a 1 in 8, your odds are so awful of getting multiple things manipulated that I don't think it's really worth the bother. But at 1 in 4, you can probably do 2 things. Sometimes you have to do 3 things, which is really painful, but at least it is only sometimes. That should be better than what we're dealing with here. I'm going to be doing hit points for a little while. After that, I think intelligence might be worth it. Getting those break points for damage spells, I think, could be very, very nice. Hey, Battery LSD, welcome in. For the good wishes, enjoy the solo Red Mage. Still working on getting those hit point gains so that we can be ready for Garland. And 2 good level ups here so far. See if we can get a 3rd. Nope. one of the big challenges with this version. It is much harder to get new RNG values. So if I recognize that a fight has been seen before, I try to use the close to mix things up a bit. It is very unpredictable, though, about how you can recognize things have already happened. And on this version, because it doesn't give you any additional randomness for the amount of time it takes to input commands, you don't have that natural factor that you have on the NES version, where you can very easily try out 20, 30 different RNG states pretty quickly in successive battles. Whereas here, I feel like probably a bunch of these are going to end up being the same value that we've had before. So if it didn't work before, it's not going to work again. Four seems like it's the uncoming route. That doesn't sound good. Let me go and see if I can clean the game out. Dan may have used the pants a little bit too effectively. That was a really interesting game crash. I've never seen that happen before. Sometimes you'll get a game crash for some of these Game Boy games because the contacts are just not the best compared to a full-size cartridge. But often it is in less exciting ways than that. We're getting some struggle ups now. Well, then maybe we should use our pants. We did not get struggle up. Try again. On the other hand, whenever you are dealing with crashing games, one of the nice things about saving anywhere is that you're going to probably not lose that much progress. On NES, it is way worse when you have a game crash, because it could be a very, very long time since the last time you saved. Alright, I'm pretty certain we've had this one before. Let's try a bunch of clothing. Get something new here. Get something good. Nope, still two. This is why I don't really have an interest in going for 2 stats. It is already tough enough with 1 and 8s. Getting a single thing manipulated out. Going for 2 is ridiculous. Try loading here with 2 rooms left. Still 2. we use only the finest feathers in our hats. If there's one thing Dan does well, and there isn't, but it would certainly have to be getting tasteful haberdashery done, and probably also snazzy cloaks. Let this be the one. Can we get a big level up? We got. Keep trying. These first couple are especially vital, because all of these ones are going to be how we survive the first couple of bosses. Once you get decently far in, you're going to get to 999 hit points eventually. It just is going to be a matter of time, so it isn't as critical that you do every little bit of optimization possible. But for Garland, the Pirates, the Wizards, Astos, even the Lich to some extent, the hit points here are going to be really, really important. Let's try triple close with 2 Imps left. Actress. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 54 months. Hope you're having a great time with Final Fantasy and with Fantasy Final Fantasy as well. Still two. First level so deceptively easy. Third one has proven to be a lot more of a challenge. I think we've had a 3 impact in a long time. It's been mostly 4s and 5s. I think we've got very little experience with what 3 imps can do here. But we've experienced that. 2 hit points we got a lot of experience with. And also 3 MP, which, again, I am a lot less concerned about the MP gains. You can get the strong ones, which MP, I think, is plus 10. Ooh, there's a Grimp. We definitely have not had those before. Hey, Redemption Spirit, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes, and hope you have a great time with our solo Red Mage playthrough. Still 2. Yeah, 61980, welcome in. There's as well for the good wishes. Phobia 66. Thank you for the good wishes. Hope you're doing well here. Once again, for everyone coming in, enjoy the beginnings of the solo Red Mage. We're currently working on trying to get our hit point gains to be a little bit superior compared to your average Red Mage, which means we got to be really, really fussy here. For today, with only a limited number of levels that you can take, you can't afford to give up on the early ones. Otherwise, you're just going to be digging a big hole for yourself later on. And there's no going back for levels, so once you have committed to a save, that's going to be it. We're not committing to that. We can do better than 2 hit points. We can maybe even get the super magic lamp. Beats that. Maybe we can do it. Well, at least get the super temper spell, which in this version of the game actually works. That's what makes it super. Alright, things like temper and the power glove actually work. The only thing that lets the solo Red Mage deal with a cast that's got 20,000 hit points. Whereas right now, we just want 20 hit points. Some close early on. Been doing a lot of these where I'm waiting towards the end with only 2 or 3 M's left. So getting way more random numbers used up. Don't know how much of a difference it makes for party order on these. That might also be a great way to get some different random numbers used. If you have multiple characters, you can try to swap people around here a bit. Less useful when there is only one living character, though. Here we did. Another 2. I just need this last level up here to be ready for Garland. I don't know quite how much XP the pirates give. I'll make sure that I can do the pirate fight without getting a level up in it. Because you definitely don't want to sit through 9 pirates and then also have to do these rolls for HP gains at the end. Still working on level 3? Yep, still working on level 3. It's a 1 in 8 chance, so a lot of these are going to be pretty involved, which is why I don't want to manipulate multiple stats. And hopefully I don't have to manipulate all the way to the end with Red Mage. Other character classes might need basically 98 of these level ups to get good stat gains. There we go, 25 hit points. Strength, stamina, and luck. That's a pretty good one. I will take that. I don't know if I can quite take my chances versus Garland yet. We're probably doing okay in terms of amount of XP per level up now. How much of a buffer we've got for this. Right now, we can afford 88 experience for a level up. That's probably going to be less than what Garland gives. So I guess we're going to do another one down here. There's also going to be periodically level ups that have guaranteed HP gains, are the ones that we're going to be really thankful for. There's not that many on the Red Mage, but there's at least some. Down. Actually, I probably didn't even need to say we have enough room that even if I get a 5-pack of imps, this should not be enough. And then after this, I think a 3-pack would not be enough, but a 4 or a 5 would do it. If we get a 3-pack, I'll be able to squeeze in one little bit extra bit of experience. Just so that every single fight at that point becomes one that is possible to level up on. It will get slightly better once we get further in, and then a single enemy is all that we need to kill in order to get the level ups. That way you're at least cycling through them faster. Like, especially once you get to the trap tiles, you are 1 earth elemental away. Those can go by really quick. Try again for this one. Oh, that was not enough. I thought that'd be that. Okay, 10 to go. because I'm playing it off by 2 imps. Alright, well now anything will be a level up here. But Blinking the Red Mage reasonably kill eyes for the big grind. Very, very easily going to be whenever we can get there. The eye is not at all a dangerous opponent. Because they have reversed the order of when the eye uses spells and skills. So instead of all of the really nasty instant death being first, it's last. Even if the Red Mage takes a couple of rounds to kill it probably is going to be at most 2 or 3 swings. You're going to be able to kill an eye every single time. The most dangerous thing it's going to be doing is Lit 2, which is just a couple of heal potions worth damage. And you can save whenever you want, so you get right up next to it. You don't have to worry about the off-tile encounters. You're going to be able to level that thing really, really easily. And that's where the bulk of your level up gain for the entire game are going to be coming from. Now, there are other things that we do want to fight. Zombies from Mega Elixir is going to be really good. That happens generally before you get to the Ice Cave, or else you can go back to Ordeals for a second time around if you really, really feel like it. Oh, the eye's going to be a big one. Okay, so that's another 2. So clearly this is not a guaranteed strong HP gain level. If you've ever done a playthrough of this game and used a Red Mage, you might be familiar with how bad the Red Mage's hit points normally are early on. So it would not be unusual to be under 40 right now. Which is why this is entirely important. I don't think we've got this formation before. But we definitely have gotten 2 hit points before. You try. And our first 3 strong HP gains locked in. We've also got 1 strong MP gain as a bonus. And it has not been that bad so far for stats, although I think that relatively early on you do have a lot of guaranteed stats compared to once we get further into the game. So it might not be giving us a lot of information quite yet. Hey, Greenleaf Squirrel, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your night, and hope you enjoyed the solo Red Mage playthrough. We got the Pixie Master version and do some challenges. It is, for the most part, a lot easier on Pixie Master. The part that can be annoying is because you don't have any guaranteed order of what the monsters are going to do. That means you can get a super lucky fight against Chaos, for example, where it just never uses Cure 4, never uses Nuke. Just kind of sits there and does the really weak spells over and over again. Or you can get unlucky, and it does Nuke nonstop. And so because so much of the variance is just RNG in the game, there's less that you can do preparation-wise that's going to change the outcome, and more that's just kind of sheer determination to push through things. Yeah, lack of Peninsula power and the spell slot system does make the Pixie Master version in some spots more difficult. Like, you're not going to be doing zombie grinds or eye grinds, but you still do have a couple of areas where you're going to get pretty consistent XP gains. And you don't really need as much in the way of levels because they have not got the same kind of overtuned endgame as the GBA version does. This version is pretty easy outside of Temple of Fiends in the past, where it gets really, really hard spots. Like usually throughout a lot of the GBA playthroughs, up through Lich is a pretty big challenge. Lich through Tiamat is really, really easy. And then Temple of Fiends, first couple are not too bad, and then it gets very, very tough at Chaos. Two pants. Let's see if that does anything. DM did not like my pants. I think that means we gotta try again. Maybe I should be doing the clothing at the beginning of fights. Not like we have any issues about taking too much damage here, especially with the big HP gains. You're going to be super stocked for hit points in all these fights. And it's mostly about how many go-arounds do we need to get the next variation out. Now, some of them you're going to have the same formation, just with different results. It's kind of hard to keep track of exactly what the order of damage that you've seen already is. I'm going to just go with like 3, 4, and 5 pack sizes. And we see one that we've had a bunch of times, try out different strategies on those. Decabite. Sometimes you press buttons, and other times. The key thing is to not press buttons. Those are the tough times. Can't make a difference. The fight is still good. Keep trying. If these were 1/14 version, it would be way more tempting to go with fully optimizing out this Red Mage, getting hit points, and then also maxing out a stat. I think intelligence would probably be pretty decent for a while. You can have a better fight or two and a better healing spell. Those are going to be really, really big throughout most of the game. But late game, I'm going to guess that you're really not going to notice that intelligence stat nearly as much. Because the late game for the Red Mage is going to be almost entirely about tempers and sabers and fast spells. There we go, we got the 22 and the strong MP gain, agility, intelligence, stamina. That's a very good level up right there. All right, so next one, 146 to go. To the end of this version, you get roughly twice as amount of experience for the enemy gains, and really what happens is that it's cutting the amount of experience that you need in half, but giving you about the same amount from the enemies. So I'm going to imagine that we need probably like 2 more levels before we can safely do Garland without forcing a level up in the fight there. You can always do some science. There's going to be a lot more imps required. It's up to like 25 imps now. Little bit break before I get to do the next bit of rerolling. Seemed like that level is not nearly as bad as level 4. 4 has been so far the worst. About how this is going to be impacting us. After this next level, we'll have about 150 hit points, which is nearly around where you would normally be with a Red Mage when you were fighting Lich. Alright, here we go, so we still have a little bit of room. Hey, Alfgar. We make certain that we give, in these trying times, an opportunity for everyone to own an Agama. And that's why we have cut our profit margins to the bone. Agamas. At unprecedentedly awesome prices. Now available to everyone throughout the entire month of December. You will definitely not want to miss out on these deals. Goes we still have at least 2 fights. As an extra special bonus, I'll even throw in 1 free Agama fact here. Agamas count as channel donations. Agamas can be deducted on your taxes as miscellaneous cranberry sauce expenses. Some exceptions may apply. Nice and Phobia. Hope you're having fun with Final Fantasy X. That's a game I'd like to sit down and do speedruns of again someday. There's a really cool guide for Final Fantasy X that even if you have never done a speedrun of the game before, you can pretty much just follow along. And obviously you're not going to get the best world record time and anything like that. But it's really not that bad doing a speedrun of that game. Just with like the basic guidance about where to go and how to do some of the boss strategies. 23, nice. We got the level up in 1 try. Strength, stamina. There's another one down. Yeah, but we got for XP for the next one, 208. So I think you probably still might level up with Garland, but let me give it a try. So we have the full information about what we're going to be facing. At least plausible that Garland will not level us. Level 6 Red Mage should be totally fine. We can also use the Protect spell to reduce the damage that we take. That should make the fight go very, very smoothly. think we even need to have recovery items carried up there. Or at least that's what I hope. Kari rolled quite a few times before finding that. Yeah, Kari is a pretty tough character to play because the default stuff that he's got is pretty bad. And on top of that, I never really liked a lot of the quests that you had to do for some of the characters for their ultimate weapons, which can make it a little bit tough as well. Garland, we're giving you a try here. Let's see how you do. We just want to get this fight with less than 200 experience. Taking 1 damage. Taking 1 damage. We will definitely be taking 1 damage after this. I'm not going to take the fight if we get a level up here, so this is just science. But if we don't get a level up, then we will be done with our very first split. $130. All right, we're good. Garland's finished. I was pretty certain that one was going to be safe. I wasn't quite certain about the last one. We might have been able to squeeze it in there. Well, that is looking good here. Okay. Having successfully rescued the princess, now receive some loot. Good loot. Out. Right, rebuild the bridge. I will get another level before we leave this area, so we do have another round of leveling to go. Then it's going to be over to Provoca for the pirates. And we look at what the pirates are going to be. 40 experience piece. That's like 360 for winning that fight. It may be possible for the next level up to squeeze that in, but we might need a level up after that. We will see how it goes. Let's give it a surprise amount of experience. Considering you can only do it once, it's not that big of a deal. Finishing this one off, we need 78 more to go. That'll be at least 3 imp fights here. Probably our 4th that we have to start worrying about. Calls for infrastructure. Prophecy calls for a lot of overtime. Dang, a little up. 3 hit points. All right, well, Mad Pony was more XP than I was expecting there. Things are worth a bunch. The race for people to they can do the lightning bolts for you. I never had problems with lightning bolts. Lightning bolts is just really tedious. But it's better than the race. It's better than the butterflies. It's better than playing blitzball. They're the really awful ones. Blitzball might be the worst. Because that's not one that you can finish once and get lucky on. Butterflies and the race are ones that, with a lot of practice, you get better at it. Although it's still not necessarily going to be really straightforward and easy. You'll at least have a credible shot with a lot of attempts at it. Blitzball is just really, really bad. Ninja Frog Fu, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. Enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. We've gotten several level ups done already, and we've beaten Gotham down. Let's go for level 7. Yeah, there's still a bunch of the sizzles that are not bad. Like, I think you could probably have at least a team of 3 that you enjoy enough with the sigils on to get all of their ultimate weapons on. Which means then you can use them for, like, the monster farming things. And you might not have the same team as 3 as somebody else, but you'll at least have a team of 3 that you can probably put together. I think Yuna, Riku, and Lulu are all not bad for it. Well, strong MP gain, but no HP there. So we've gotten all the strong HP gains, gotten 2 strong MP gains, which is just a nice bonus. Don't know how many of those were guaranteed or not. I imagine with the Red Mage that very, very little is guaranteed other than a couple of stat points here and there. I'm thinking everything that we get is kind of a bonus. Still 3. Yeah, getting the ultimate weapons is pretty much mandatory for the super bosses at the end. There's not a lot of practical ways that you're going to be doing those fights without having the ability to do really massive amounts of damage. And Yuna, especially for the fact that it also carries over to her summons, makes it so that she's kind of more or less required because a lot of the summons are also used for soaking up kind of like the instant kill rounds, and just having something out there that will take the hit for you is nearly required. Doing the actual grind for all the monster and stuff is one thing that I probably would not have the patience to do again. Like, it's fun initially, and then it just gets to be a really, really big chore. This is 5 goblins, 1 pants. Evidently that was not enough pants. Post-game feels like a Disgaea game with how much more time sink it is. Yeah, in general, I feel like post-game content has become a lot less interesting with the number of games that come out that you have available. There's only so much time you want to sink. There we go. We got a 23 and a 16 intelligence only stack game, but it's not bad. 308 for level. That is probably not enough to take a pirate fight, so we're going to need another level up here. Well, that was decent. We got that one pretty fast. And we got the MP gain as well. I think another factor for why I have kind of started tuning out a lot of the super bosses is, in addition to being giant time sinks, they tend to be a lot of the weakest content in the game. Like almost anything that is really, really good is something they want to get in front of as many people as possible. So if it's really, really good, it's going to be part of the main storyline, usually in some forced way that you have to interact with. And the further afield it gets, usually this is kind of the lower quality ideas. So if you're really, really excited about a game, yeah, you can go ahead and just keep playing it for unlimited numbers of hours. But if you kind of feel like you've had enough of something, then it's probably not going to have the best stuff saved for the end. Yeah, if you're Jimbo, yeah, it's another way of doing it. Jimbo could be kind of funny. Dude, I've got plenty of room left. Data, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes and enjoy the solo Red Mage playthrough. Currently working on having a big enough amount of experience required for next level up so that we don't level up on the pirates. It is actually a problem. You fell out of the later Final Fantasy games, you couldn't do the mini games or the content. I would say some of the mini games have been kind of fun. But once they got forced in to where you are required to do the mini game in order to do the main game, especially for multiple rounds of it, then it became a lot less fun and a lot more of a chore. Like the mini games in Final Fantasy VII, you can pretty much skip if you don't really have fun with the Golden Saucer. Like, it's not going to be majorly interactive with the parts of the game. Like, there's a couple of nice items you can get, and that's about it. And before that, most of the mini game things were very, very mini. Like, almost zero interaction with the rest of the game and the storyline. But once they started doing card games, it felt like those became mandatory, that you had to do them a whole lot, and they became really intrusive, that you had to do them right now. You couldn't do anything else instead. And those are the ones that I had like the most difficulty like really sticking with. Which is why for Blitzball, I'm kind of glad that other than the one Blitzball story match, like you can pretty much skip it. Yes, you're going to have basically most of Waka's stuff broken, but if you weren't using Waka anyway, there's plenty of other characters you could choose. So it's not as in your face and required to do as part of the game. Tipo, welcome in. We are currently getting level up so that we don't level up during the pirate fight. It means we have to have, I think, at least 360 XP to next level. And the easiest way of doing that is imps. Like, you don't really have a better battle formation anywhere else. You go over to Provoca, then you're going to have a lot of fights against things like big packs of wolves, and you're going to have some positives, like different enemy formations means that you have a much easier time of getting different random results for your level ups. But it also makes it much tougher to figure out, like, what combination of enemies is going to be safe to take, or what is the fastest way of getting your level ups. Imps is just really straightforward with this. But definitely a lot slower. Alright, 35, so I should be able to take one more. And then after this, it'll be a level up for the next fight. Green the Squirrel. Thank you for resubscribing back for 59 months. Hope you're having a lovely time tonight. And hopefully, you are playing some wonderful minigames. Yeah, the Final Fantasy 9 card tournament is one that I think really was kind of the first one that was very in your face for it. Final Fantasy 8 was similar-ish, but didn't feel like it was as mandatory. Dan got 3 hit points instead of 2 because his vitality score has gone up, but that is not enough. We would need to see at least into the 20s. Saying that Dan surviving is a sign of foul play. It is not foul in the slightest. Dan took a shower. Dan got 3 hit points, which is not enough. Yeah, Final Fantasy 8 was like Final Fantasy 10 that you basically do the minigame once. And that's all you have to do. Final Fantasy 9 required more tournament interactions. It wasn't a huge amount, but it's still a larger chunk of time dedicated to it, and also more rewards coming from it than I think Final Fantasy 8 had. 3 there. A favorite ice cream flavor. I mean, my favorite ice cream flavor is chocolate chocolate chip. But then again, whenever ice cream is a topic, you know that it is going to be controversial for what people choose. I mean, I've heard rumors, and I can't confirm that these are true, but some people don't have any agave in their ice cream at all, and I think that is wrong. We've had a couple of informations now. I might go with the pants plays here. So we get into new RNG territory. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Welcome to our solo Red Mage leveling process. We're trying to get not maximum hit points, but a strong HP level on every level here for the Red Mage at the start. Which means that we have to be very, very particular about the levels that we take. And there we go, 23, we'll take that one. 4 MP, we did not get a strong MP gain. Strength and luck, that's not bad. Sniper is now 405. That should be good enough to make it to Provoca and get our pirate fight done. So that's looking good. After that, then it should be possible to get over to Elfland. I'm trying to think about whether or not we can get better fights to set us up for these level ups or not. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, we're level 8. Almost 200 hit points, which is ridiculous. A normal Red Mage should be getting this about level 18. So we're definitely doing very, very good for health. 194 is probably enough to survive Lich's Ice 2 round, which at a speedrun can be the big factor for whether or not you can get past that battle. We're going to get wrecked by pirates. Pirates are not going to be a problem. The fight itself is going to be really easy. We have plenty of defense with the chainmail armor, so we can get the protect spell, which is going to be phenomenal because that will more or less give me, for fights where you can at least take a round or two to prepare, basically 0 damage for the rest of the fight. It'll be doing really good for the pirates. This is going to probably be true for the White Mage as well, although it'll be tougher to get the first round done. If you can get through the first 2 rounds as a White Mage, the rest of it's pretty easy. Black Mage and Thief are the ones where it's a little bit more questionable, and I feel like the strategy for those is going to be to get, like we're doing here, a lot of level ups, a lot of hit points, and at a certain point, because you can kill 1 pirate per round, you should be able to just tank the rest. Hey, here's one. Welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. Liam Atlas, thank you as well for the good wishes. You missed much. Well, you have missed the first 7 level ups, which, considering that we're going to level 99, is a bit more than 7% of the game. We're going to be doing pretty heavy RNG manipulation levels, then levels are probably going to be the #1 way of keeping track of our progress. It's like doing the quests, killing the fiends, whatever. Levels are going to be what determines how far we are. Played RuneScape. Well, the good news is, in this game, leveling curves really flatten out. And so, as a result, it is, if you're not caring about the stacking to get levels, ridiculously easy to max out to 99. Like, NES takes a pretty decent amount of time. You are getting quadruple your normal experience as a solo character, but you still have to do quite a few eye fights or even more Agamas to get a level up. But in this version, because things are cut in half, it is, I think, like 5 eyes per level up, and that is just like no time at all. You can go from level 40 to level 99 in an hour. But that's only if you don't care about the results. If you care about the stack gains, then it's going to be a lot more work. how good our protect spell is. Like, we were already not taking very much damage thanks to the chainmail armor just having really good defense. Playing Red Mage get a massive advantage in early game thanks to having an incredibly good piece of gear. But Protect does a solid job, and this is available to Red Mage and White Mage. So White Mage should be kind of cruising through these as well. White Mage can also use Ruse for bumping evasion up, which in some circumstances is better. Whether you want to be able to dodge, or whether you want to just tank the hits and take very small amounts of damage per hit. Really depends on what you're fighting. Against these guys, 1 damage, not going to be a lot. First of all, do we make certain we stay under level up? Yep, we are good there. We got Bicky down. So we'll be getting another level up here. I'll also be getting the most wondrous of defensive items. The gloves. 1 point of defense. Couple of antidotes in case of problems. I shouldn't really need to worry about that too much. The weapon upgrade here is probably worth it. Keep in mind that you cannot get the silver sword until you get to Crescent Lake. It has been removed from this version of the game. But in the meantime, we will be taking the broadsword, which is the new name for the sword here. Now that for Dan. The ice spell. I really need all that much. It is a little bit of damage, but I probably don't care about that all that often. Temper is going to be pretty big, so we should definitely pick this up. I think we just do Temper and probably Mute here. Because with Mute, we get past Astos, no problem. Yeah, it's pretty good. Then if I want to put on evasion improvement, I could do that. That might be worth it. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to get 45 hit points. Well, we did not leave a lot of room there. Alright, so 45 is going to be pretty much the next thing you fight. Is going to be possibly a level up on. Let's see how long it takes. That's going to take too long. Need something smaller. They're worth picking up any of the null spells? Not really. The null spells are going to be useless whenever you get the ribbon on. So there will come a time where simply it does not make a difference. And on top of that, there are very, very few fights where spells are expected. I think at least early game, you have no problems with Astos, since that's going to be dealt with using Mute. Lich, you're going to probably just think about tanking all the spells. He's got Fire, Lightning, and Ice, so you either have to have all 3 or it's not really worth bothering with. Now, once you're past that point, like, what are you really worried about for spells? You can pretty much get a ribbon before you're doing anything else that's actually substantial. Hardly miss my girlfriend. Well, thank you so much for the good wishes. We're leveling up our Red Mage here. Do we get a level up? We do not. 3 hit points, not good. It is back to the grind. It's gonna be a level 9 here coming up. Each level I do get is a decent window of opportunity to then get another spur of activity. At least trying to mix these up a bit with doing levels together with then also doing quests in the game. Because most things that we need to do right now are actually pretty achievable with just what we got. Let's try again. Do your version have the Peninsula Power? Yes. Peninsula Power is in every version of this game except for the Pixar Master version. So that was a big surprise when the remastered version came out. It did not include it because it had never been even thought of as a possibility that they would not carry over one of the biggest Final Fantasy traditions. And for all these other versions, they had to have done it deliberately because there's a complete re-implementation of the game from scratch when you're going between NES and pretty much all the later generations. So it's not like it, accidentally slipped in for 6 different remakes. Hey, Simply Jeff, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your weekend, and I hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. Feels like this might be slower than doing the imps to get the level ups triggered. It's faster doing this type of stuff for just getting the experience that we need, and then maybe switching over back to imps to get the actual level up itself. Well, maybe not. 25, we got the strong HP gain there. And strong MP. Agility. Potion, not as useful, but we'll take it. Alright, that's level 9 done. 269, so we actually went pretty far into level 9 as well. I guess I can go and get the money out of Dwarf Cave? It is pretty good getting the strong HP gains relatively fast. It's a 1 in 8 chance. So if we get it in 2 or 3 tries, I feel like we've done pretty good. And then every once in a while, it's like 30 tries to get it. Nice to be Jeff. Cecil only on Fantasy 4 is really not too bad. A lot of the games are at least decently friendly if they do not have some type of scripted event or thing that requires it use a specific character. That's 11 hit experience to go, so we are basically right on the edge there. Alright, start grinding out level 10. Doing really only tip, but there'd be a big chunk of the game where that'd be tough. But yeah, Cecil is not just after Paladin, but even before Paladin, very, very powerful. Cecil is more or less carrying your team. There is the opportunity to use Tella for a little bit just to get some healing in and have a decent-sized pool of hit points. But Cecil can basically handle all the challenges for a lot of the early game. There are some stretches where it's really meant to be comboing in a couple of different characters. But if you are sufficiently leveled up, then you're not going to really notice nearly as much. So it is possibly to a point where you can kind of just brute force your way through it. Fine, we'll just have Dan up and then we'll be able to take these fights on, no problem. Now we'll get our revenge. And hopefully I'll level up. Yeah, one of the nice things about doing a challenge like that on the later remakes is that you have access to just so many more items and mechanics that you don't have the Super Nintendo version. Like, it's going to really help out a lot. Something that helps out in this version of the game as well for doing these solo challenges on GBA. I have access to a ton of things from the 15 puzzle, as well as a lot more utility items I can use throughout the game. Leviathan, Bahamut, Odin, all the ones that are like very time-based probably are not going to be all that fun for a while. But I think all of the main story bosses are probably going to be plenty easy to do with just Cecil. Like some of the tough ones are really not as bad as it sounds like. Be like, well, how do you do Calbrand? Well, you can just kill the big doll. You don't really need to do it with the small dolls, although it's a nice optimization. So this under our pants. It had no effect. But does it change the amount of XP that I get? Nope. It changes the amount of HP I get, that's what we hope. Still 3. Keep trying. Oh yeah, it's definitely reasonable to expect that those type of challenges are going to be very, very grindy. I mean, given that you are intentionally limiting yourself, as we're seeing here with the solo Red Mage as well, you're going to have to take a lot of steps that are not going to be normally required in the game. And some of it you can get around with game knowledge, and some of it it's just going to be pure stat checks that you have to have lots and lots of extra levels to overcome. So that's why we play it. Oops, still 3. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes and enjoy the solo Red Mage playthrough. Now already in very fancy progress. Gun Garland, Bicky down. We've got a couple of ups in. I could actually almost certainly kill Wizards and Astos right now. But because I am trying to get pretty much maxed out for HP as quickly as possible, we need to wait until we have enough XP for the next level that it's not going to trigger a level up during those fights. Which I think for this part, it's going to be a while. We're still looking at 400-500 XP for level ups, and Astos especially is going to be an absolute ton of it. So I could give up a few of those. I want to try and keep it to as minimum as I could possibly make it. That's what I want to fight. Here. It's actually a little bit painful getting money because the relationship between experience and money is kind of fixed. If you kill a certain monster, you're going to get X amount of money and Y amount of experience. And we really can't get that much experience before a level up happens. So we are somewhat indirectly money limited in that way. Because normally you could just sit here and, grind out a couple fights, pick up a few thousand gold, and be in a great spot. But we really, really need this XP to go in a certain way. That's the threes. Games Chungus, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. Here, just run into people's houses and rob them blind. I mean, those dwarves, we happen to know, have been committing vast amounts of insurance fraud, which is where they got all of these ill-gotten gains. And I would say that it is not a crime to defraud criminals. All it can be very dangerous, which is why Dan is now beset by spiders. And it's still not the level that we need. I don't think we've done a lot of double creep. We've done single creep fights. So that's the point where you probably need to use your pants. Double creep I think we can still do without taking an extra turn. We'll see how it goes. The whole idea of using the clothes and extra turns is just that the way that the RNG works in this version of the game is that it has a fixed RNG progression from the start of a fight. So unlike NES, where if you wait a couple of frames, it's going to reroll a new number. GBA, once you start a fight, it's locked in place there. And so if you want to get a different outcome at the end of the battle, you're going to have to take different actions. In our case, the only thing that we can really do is pass a turn, and that is only if we can recognize, oh, this is an outcome that we've already seen. Hey, TV Scholar, welcome in. And thank you guys for resubscribing back for 52 months. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Enjoy solo Red Mage here. And hopefully we can pick up level 10 with this. Come on, big HP, big HP. It was not big HP. Keep trying. The worst so far has been about 20 minutes. Some of them have been nearly instantaneous. We have had a couple that have been within like 2 or 3 hits. Those are the ones that are good. Elfland area, a little bit higher XP levels. This should be different encounters than we saw up near Dwarf Cave. They look the same. A lot of these are going to be slightly different for the initial values. We should be able to get some different cracks at HP gains here. Alright, this is definitely the same fight, looks like. Maybe not. I don't think it missed before. Try pants. That's good. There we go, 24. We got low AP growth And no stack gain. It's the first time we have not had a stack gain. So you probably could have gotten a better one, but this is the one that we're going to grab here. Taking the HP gain over everything else. Let's grab the wonderful cap. Anything else there really makes sense. And then we can probably start picking up spells. Let's see, can we get third tier spells already? Yes. All right, so Lit 2, Fire 2. I'm going to say Fire 2 probably gets used more than Lit 2. So that the ready. Arguably very early game, Lit 2 is probably better. Good for the wizards, good for all the aquatic monsters. Fire 2 is going to just get used more commonly against all the undead. And we should have plenty of money by the time that we actually go over to Marsh Cave, because I imagine that we would need at least 1,000 between level on these games before Marsh Cave's worth it. We're at 397 right now, so yeah, it's a while. How much HP am I hoping for? So the way that hit points work is that you either get your default gain, which is going to be your vitality score divided by 4, rounded down +1. And right now that's giving us 3 hit points. So you will always see a 3 if we get the default amount. If you get the strong HP gain, that is adding to that number for whatever your previous result is, randomly between 21 and 25. So it's very noticeable for the difference between the two. So we either get 3 or we get like 25. Nice, 7x level up, so that's very close. Yeah, the fact that it's such a dramatic thing for the strong HP was the reason why I'm doing this manipulation to get HP gains early. This will make the Red Mage significantly sturdier. And it'd be wonderful if I could also combo this with manipulating in other stats, like getting your intelligence score up to get better spell damage, or getting some of your combat stats to be better. But all of these, if they're not guaranteed based on your character class and level, which is very, very few guarantees in this game, it's all 1 in 8s. So it's a way worse situation than NES, which had 1 in 4s for those. A 1 in 4 chance you can bang out pretty quickly. If you need 2 at the same time, a 1 in 16, that's a lot more work, but it's doable. 1 in 8 is already kind of painful, and a 1 in 64 is just really not worth it. You would have to be very, very desperate to get 1 in 64s, even for the solo thief on NES, where every single point counted. I think I did maybe like 2 or 3 1 in 64s the entire game. So for this one, we have to do 90 of these level ups. 1 in 64 is just not happening. And given that it's 98 level ups, even 1 in 8s at some point might become a little bit tedious. So we'll see how we go for stack gains early on. HP is the big one because that really helps out survival for a long time. And once I'm in a position where it looks like I'll pretty easily coast to 999, then at that point I can think about, do I use those gains for something else? I feel like strength, probably not that big of a deal, because you can get, 1 extra power glove, and that's going to replace so many points of strength. Stamina would give me faster vitality growth, which is nice and all, but really not that important. And more defense, which maybe you see a very small gain from that. But you can also buff your defense, so probably ways around that as well. And I could argue agility, luck, kind of similar things. Agility good for dodging things. That's maybe one of the better ones. Luck for critical hits. But the one that kind of makes sense is intelligence, since that will directly give you multipliers on all of your variable spells. So whether it's damage or healing, anything that has a randomized effects range is affected by intelligence, and that's not replicable by some other item in the game. But whether I need that, I don't really know. At a certain point, damage spells become a lot less interesting. And healing spells, I don't know if they're really worth it in battle, to be honest. Even if you have a very, very good one, like you're maybe getting 300 points of HP back. That's barely keeping even with Chaos's turns. And what seemed to be the case for the fighter in Black Hole Waste is that you get enough Mega Elixirs and X Potions and things to stall out Chaos during the fights. You need one of those like every 3 or 4 rounds. And no matter how bad you are at combat, you can be an unarmed white mage with no optimizations. If you put enough power gloves on somebody, they're going to do massive amounts of damage. So it's mostly about how long can you live in the Chaos fight and not much else. It's one of the few things that give me a lot of hope for some of the character classes like the Thief, who are going to be really struggling throughout so many parts of the game. But they don't have to, on top of that, also get super optimized level ups the entire way through. Which I think is new. We sell 44 and 46, I want to say. Same outcome, though. You can also kind of check further in for the stat gains to see what those look like. And it'll kind of help me determine if I'm getting something unique or not. Northbound stat gains are more likely if you're below par and less likely if you're above par. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 3 works kind of the same way. Okay, we got the 28. Intelligence, stamina, that's not a bad one. And we have 596 next level up. All right, let me check the wizard here. That's going to be minimum of 2 wizards. So it looks like 552 would work on that. So you could, kill anything on the way to Marsh Cave, take a 2 wizard fight, and not level up off of that. That seems like it's probably worth trying. 271 hit points is going to be a lot for this part of the game. 271 is getting near the end of the game for what a Red Mage would typically have for hit points. $110 should almost certainly take me through the trip over there. My heal potions very minimally, like probably should just bought an ether at Provoca, and that's pretty much all we need. Some people do I have 90? I feel like that's gonna work. Alright, so I believe we can do wizards. I might be wrong about this, and then I will suffer horribly. But wizard seems like it's doable if it's a 2-pack. And then we get a level up, and I'll see what Astos looks like, but Astos, maybe we can burn one of our levels and not get the strong gains. Rub Astos in public. No, Astos is going to rub us. It is very different that way. Probably not worth doing the undead fights. Undead have a pretty good chance of paralysis. So if you don't get that very first run right there, the odds Dan actually gets out of that fight almost 0. That's when we're having more hit points. Definitely not going to save you. If only we were allowed to fight them. I mean, honestly, you could probably get away with a couple of bad level ups throughout here. I think I'm just being very cautious for not having done any of the mages. And then once we get Red Mage, there'll be a lot more information about how vital some of this manipulation is. But I think at least initially. Good to get a nice foundation here. This will pretty much carry us through most of the rest of the early game and the mid game. I have a very good idea by that time whether or not we have to keep doing manipulations or whether Red Mage can just kind of cruise to the end. Like the next biggest thing besides hit points that we need is going to be a whole bunch of recovery items. And that's just killing certain monsters repeatedly until they drop. The 1% chance on the zombie Ds. 1% chance on tigers for X potions, not as attractive with Red Mage, because we do also want to get the MP recovery from elixirs. Grab these items. They're not super useful, but they can be sold for a bunch of cash. Now, it's a Dan cat. Well, you definitely should not run one of those. That sounds like it would be a very bad idea. You think I'm as big you are? Thank you for the good wishes there. And I hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. We're up to Marsh Cave. Feels like this is very doable if we get only 2 wizards. Let's try. All right, got 2 wizards. That's a lot of damage. Still a lot of damage. Going down pretty fast, though. Maybe not fast enough. Twos. Okay, looking pretty good here. Just in case they get a crit, I would like to get some health back here. It's a little bit late doing it after the crit happens. I'm building up a stockpile here in reserve. And I still don't know if I can actually safely do this fight without leveling up, so this is just the preparation of if it works out, great. But I think we can squeeze it in. That should be good. Next up, we've got the Tempers going. I did not pick up Lit 2 yet, so we are going to be using melee instead. Like the text. It doesn't take a lot before things are very different from how life is at the start of the fight. I don't think we've ever done Protect Strat before on these wizards. It's almost always been for like White Mage, bump and evasion up. Evasion is just much more efficient at getting to a point where you are totally safe. This one took a couple rounds and you had to have a lot of HP and some decent starting armor for this to make sense. All right, 44 to next level. So that looks like it worked. We got the crown. Let's go. Boss spells rely on stats for their effectiveness or potency. So anything that has a fixed effect, something like temper or fast, those do not depend on your stats at all. For anything that has a variable effect, so things like a cure spell or a fire spell, where there is a numerical range, there is a multiplier that is based on your intelligence score. And every 10 points of intelligence, your multiplier increases by 1. So there is an RNG component for the range. But on top of that, you get these multiplier stats based on your intelligence that have a pretty major impact in how that result is going to go. So for those, it is very, very important. All right, here's the fun news. I should be able to get this all up pretty easily. Well, maybe not. Very easily, but we will work on it. What I'm thinking is that with Fire 2, I have a much easier time doing the leveling fights. So I'll be able to try out a lot of random seeds a lot faster. All these rude poisonous monsters! I'm just trying to take a nice, leisurely and relaxing walk, but no. These snakes are having none of it. We got 99 antidote potions. I mean, I seriously thought that. Because, well, no. It would be absolutely ridiculous that you would need even a fraction of a single antidote potion to make it through the Marsh Cave. When Dan's all you got, let me tell you, you got very, very little indeed. Oh, it's back. We can finally see Elfland. We're finally ready to roll. Alright, so level up is 44 experience away. That's very, very close. We should get that on pretty much all the fights around here. So my plan is to start using those Fire 2 spells. Let 2 would also be not bad. I could try the boat fights with that if we need to. I will save that, though, until the first couple of these are shown to be ineffective. Nice thing about Fire 2 is that it's hitting all the monsters, so it's way, way easier to come up with different patterns for the fights that you're doing. And if you have had a fight before, then it just use your pants until player 2 is ready to go. No muss and no fuss. Our first try. Got it, 25. 14, so we got the strong MP gain as well. Strength, agility, luck. That's a very good level up. All right, so 562, that's almost definitely not going to be anywhere close for Astos, who has, let's see, 2,250. Yeah. I think we're going to be getting a couple level ups before it's Astos time. I don't necessarily need Astos to be the perfect level up, but it would be nice to not get multiple level ups on that fight, because each of those would then lose our chance at a strong HP gain. Strongest Red Mage for the Red Mage weapon besides the Mazrin. The second best weapon in the regular game is the Sun Sword. The bonus dungeons have some new weapons that are going to be really, really good, as well as a couple pieces of armor, but I am planning to do this without the bonus dungeons if at all possible. I think for the Red Mage it should be not really a problem. This is a decently strong character class. But we can hold open the opportunity to do bonus dungeons if we really need to for some of the other ones. Like, kind of the worst case scenario is you really need stat bonuses. You can farm those in the bonus dungeons. It's just an incredibly slow process. This is going pretty fast though. HP 26, we got it. Stamina is the only one, but that's still pretty good. All right, 978, we are moving up here pretty fast. That's 2 levels for Astos now instead of 4. So it might not be that long before we have enough XP to tank Astos and not level up during the fight. Staying down here so we're not in the way of the town. Everyone's 234, so that's not even close. Yeah, 322 is absolutely ridiculous for a Red Mage at this point of the game. We're even very far into the game. You might have this much HP on a Red Mage when you're fighting Chaos, when you're just doing a regular playthrough with a Red Mage. They have been nerfed so hard for HP. So this feels very good. $354. That's probably 2 fights, but I'm going to save just in case. It's pretty tough. We got 477. This is going to be level up. It is not a strong game, though. So we're going to try again. We did get that very good speed. I think one of those was probably a freebie. There is very, very occasionally a guaranteed struggle for Red Mages. And it's because there's not that many of them that is the reason why Red Mage has such a high variability for their HP totals and tends to have a pretty low average. That one we're now 210 away. So most fights would do it. Oh, this is just so much better than doing those imps. If we needed to, we could even go back to the imps and just have player 2s as a way to very quickly cycle through battles. Well, actually, the same thing works on the NA's versions. For some of the character classes, it's when you ever get the Zeus Gauntlet for the first time that dramatically changes your level of experience. All right, there's another 3. Try again. Is a little bit short, so we can get our noon trip in here. We actually get lit 2 while I'm thinking about things, and I'm going to think about options here for white magic. Cure 2 probably could be worth it here. Never used Nullfire. Nullfire is kind of okay in a couple places. But Cure 2 feels like it's just generally more valuable. And obviously once we got the ribbon, then any of the null spells is going to have 0 impact. With the NES clacking sound when we reset the game, that would be probably a pretty annoying sound after a while. I'm glad with the NES that it is way fewer resets to get the level ups. Come on, Ogre. It's all Ogre 24. 16s, we got the strong MP gain as well. Strength and luck, not bad. All right, so now we're looking at 11-14, so still a pretty big gap between that and what Astos would give us. I think at this point, Astos would not double level you. It would be only a single level, but it'd be kind of close. About Dan's intelligence, yes. Pretty much, that is going to be a big problem. I can't really feasibly manipulate 2 stats at the same time. It's just such terrible odds that it would take obnoxiously long to get both HP and then also intelligence points or anything else. So we kind of just have to let it go for a while and see what happens. My guess is that there's not as many variable effect spells that are going to be really important for the Red Mage, especially in the late game. So I think I can get away with kind of just taking whatever intelligence that we get, which is going to be probably pretty bad. And suffering through it for a while. I think so far we've had 1 intelligence point in the first dozen level ups. So it's certainly seemingly kind of tough for Dan to get those new multipliers. He will eventually get some, but it's going to take a while. And he's not going to get one there because that is only 3 hit points. I think at any point we could stop getting these big HP gains, just go for whatever the game has for us, and it would be theoretically possible that Dan would not finish with 999, even from this point. That is 226 to go. There is a couple of fights that are less than that, but not a lot. They're probably good to use for our baseline here. It's really hard to get less than that. But like 85 left. The only downside of being this close to level up is that then we're going to push more experience into the next level up when we get it. Which then makes it tougher to have enough experience left over to take an Astos. Alright, double asp. And no. Try again. This one definitely not a guaranteed one. But I will say, getting to level 15 already is not bad. I was expecting it to be a bit slower for the pace. Definitely plus. Okay, this is a different battle because we did not get poisoned last time. Not get the strong game. This might not be enough to get the level up. Alright, still good. We're not good. Strong MP though. Are we getting a surprise number of those? I don't know if it is guaranteed for a lot of strong MP gains. I imagine it's gotta be, because if you got a couple levels with bad MP gains on one of these mages, they would be nearly unplayable very fast. So I bet the strong MP gains are probably forced on a lot more levels than almost anything else here. At least for the start of the game. 3 there. Feels like the strong MP is maybe 1 in 3 or so. Like every 3 levels, you probably have a guaranteed one. Stats, it seemed like you've got very, very few guaranteed, like maybe 1 per level up, at least for a little while. We've only had 1 level that did not have any stat gains. Whether that is typical or if it is coincidental is hard to tell. The reason it could be coincidental is that when you are getting only level ups that have the strong HP gains, it's kind of a weird thing because you're eliminating a lot of RNG possibilities going into the other roles. So that might prime it for being in a kind of a funky state. Dan got a 3. At least there's more enemies out here. Makes it a lot easier to find different looking formations to at least try to get different results. Plus I got the boat if I really want to get some hags or sharks or things. That could potentially give me other options. I don't think I've done this with weapons yet. Doesn't work. The last with weapons I think I've done. I see Aspect, I'll have to think about other ways of killing it. That might be time for the pants. What is Hideline? Well, first of all, you would have to finish off the Hideline for the Holidays Challenge here to get it added onto the calendar. But the objective is for you all to get it done before the end of the year. So that would take place in the month of December. Once you have completed this, there may or may not be another challenge. I will not reveal any secrets about possibilities of Hideline related things. But should there be a second challenge, that one could modify the first one. Other three. Oh well. I'd say the good news, and this is certainly good for a lot of people, is that given the amount of time it's going to take to do the solo Red Mage, Hideline very unlikely to be this week. More threes. That's a good shot for Lopes. If it was more predictable, you know, it's okay getting it every 8 tries. Like if you got it exactly every 8 tries, you could learn to deal with that. What makes it really tough is just that how big of a spread it can be, where sometimes you get it first try, and sometimes it's like 20 tries. All we know is it was not that try. It was also not that try. Calls the carrying color. What is the creep? I actually don't know what the creep is. I want to say it was one of the carrying color relatives, but I forget what the base does the dragon monster is. It'll be a 66. Thank you very much there for gifting out a whole bunch of gift subs. Certainly hope that you are enjoying the solo Red Mage playthrough. And for anyone that gets one of those gift subs, enjoy the emotes. Again, thank you very much, Anaphobia, for all the support. We at least do see new formations over on this west side. Just like around Kuroka, there's a bunch of zone lines. The zone line west of Elfland is the edge of that mountain range. If I stay to the west side of that mountain break, it'll be a different set of encounters. And this will be more like the ones that you have all the way up on the walk over to the Marsh Cave here. Go up north, it's a little bit different as well. So we have a few options for encounter zones. We can also go back over to Kuroka. Try those out. You can even go grind the imps around Canary if you wanted to. At a certain point, it's just a matter of finding enough diversity for random numbers that you will hopefully eventually hit on the magic number that you need. Where did Dan come from? I mean, Dan is not a meme. Dan is a force of nature. And Dan is also, by tradition, the name for our fourth light warrior, because at the end of the game, there is a very slight problem, which is that you only have 3 ribbons, and so somebody, usually somebody who has been extremely ineffective throughout most of this adventure, is going to have to make do without the proper protective items. And for some reason, Dan is always that one to fail. But in general, for the NES version, it's helpful to have recognizable names so that you can map up who has certain items in their inventory and spell slots remaining. Because NES will reorder your party every time that you get poisoned or petrified or somebody dies. It is extremely confusing if you've got multiple characters of the same character class. And keeping those straight, you just want to have something that's really simple and easy to recognize, like A, B, C, and D for your character names. And again, somehow Dan drew the short straw. Alright, so that fight we can't do anything about because we're going to get paralyzed before we take any turns. The rest of the ones here don't seem to be overly helping. I might try the boat encounters. We get something new up there. I believe we've had the wolves, so let's try killing one before doing the rest of them. Make all this work to squeeze out a measly 20 hit points, which Dan will probably squander in a single hit. But in the end, it'll be worth it. Man, thank you guys for subscribing back for 36 months. Enjoy your shiny new orb and enjoy all of the wonderful adventures of Dan the Solo Red Mage. It is truly adventure. Just trying to get Dan to get a good level up here. Hope we get the same ogre creep fight. I'm gonna at least try a couple of different variations. Until hopefully one day we find the one that we need. Lunch. But I've seen my clothes. Can we get something new? Nope. Solo ogre. Let's see the clothes here. Still nothing. Too close. Just get a little moment to welcome in. There's for the good wishes. And enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. Currently trying to get, I think this is level 15. Getting nothing but bad HP gains on it. Yeah, level 15. This looks like it's at least new for the formation. So, mixing things up a bit, I will do a attack, flight or two. Okay, I've done that combination before. And I definitely have not gotten that. 26 HP, we did it. 4 MPs with the low roll, agility, intelligence, stamina. That's a pretty good level up. 3 stack gains on top of our strong HP, 1100 still for XP, so we have not really bumped the XP per level up by any appreciable amount. That's a little bit unfortunate, but it is progress. We were starting to see that number like 2,500 plus to be knocking up on Astos. And I am okay with burning 1 level up just to get Astos out of the way. I will probably have to do something pretty similar for like a lot of the Fiend fights as well. But if I can avoid it, I don't want to burn multiple levels. Pretty easy to go in there and, you know, if you need 1,100 per level up, Astos is 2,500. That could easily be a 2-level fight. And then your number ticks up a lot faster than you think. Really not worth very much. Still something though. We're at 240 in, so we got another 900 to go. $600 to go. So anything that we see here should be easily fit in that range. Yeah, even double ogres is going to be fine. We'll move at 004, welcome in. I hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. Currently in the process of manipulating up our level ups. This means that we're trying to get really, really high stack gains, especially our HP stat, the first thing I'm working on here. And for all of these, it's going to be a 1 in 8 chance of getting the level up that I need. Well, this is just kind of setting up things very carefully to be as close as we can be to level up. And that way it's a much faster time to reroll them. try number 1. And we got the 25, so we're looking good there. 14 MP, we got the high MP gain as well. Strength, intelligence, luck, very good all over. And next level up, 1592. That is still not enough to eat an Astos level. But we're getting closer. It was like 1200 before, now it's 1600 for level ups. We're looking for 2500 plus. So I imagine 3 levels would definitely do it, maybe 2. That's about 1/6 of the way through our level. Which, if leveling is the longest factor in the entire game, means we got about 12-15 hours of leveling in this challenge. And everything else put together, I imagine, is probably less than 10 hours. So I could see Red Mage being in like the 20-hour range. And that's if we go level through the entire way through. And I'm getting the impression that we can probably be a lot less big level ups once we get about probably past Lich. That should be when we can start turning the corner on it. At 866 to go. There's nothing here that's going to be worth that much. Get 120 off of that, so then we're around 700. That's still pretty comfortable. But after this, if we get a big fight here, this is probably not quite big enough. I mean, if you had a double Ogre Groger after this, that would be putting us over. But I imagine we could squeeze in one more, and then we should be in a good spot at that point to go into level up. Alright, maybe one more. These things are really not worth anything. That one is 125. That's everything except for that really small wolf fight. And what's over here first? We get, well, now up to 4s. That standard point was enough to take us to the next multiplier, but 4 is not going to be good enough. It's actually kind of surprising how many of the regular stat points that we have gotten, considering that I'm not trying at all to optimize those, done decently well. And we're done with this one. 24 HP, 17 MP, another strong MP gain there. Stamina, luck. All right, that was pretty solid. At this point, we're looking at 1659. That's not really that much more headroom than the previous level gave us. But we're getting closer and closer to that 2500 number. Also, every time I get one of the big MP gains, it's about a fight or two worth of extra MP. That has made a pretty big difference here. Initially, we had, I think, around 80 MP when I started doing the grind in this part of the world. Up to nearly 160 was enough to do 10 casts of Fire 2. This will become relevant for a little while, but long term, when you look at this game, the spell damage is really not how the Red Mage is going to be doing in boss fights. So it's more about spell damage is helpful for clearing out random encounters. But all the bosses is going to be about pretty much temper, fast, and power glove. Those are all things that we can get pretty easily. And welcome in. We are in fact grinding for our level ups. Trying to get the biggest, fattest, juiciest hit point gains that we can, and so far every single level up has been a strong HP gain. It takes a while. But currently working right now on level 18. I would like to go to a point where I have enough experience points needed for the next level up that it doesn't trigger a level up by beating Astos. We could beat Astos right now. It would probably be a couple of tries just to get the mute spell to land, but once that happens, the rest of the Astos fight is pretty free. I don't need more antidotes, do I? Nope. Well, then it's gonna have to be. I love this effect for the NES version when you have the flashing character rather than flashing background for the lava. I think if you could steal that directly, it'd be really, really nice. 7:38 to go, so we have a couple of fights. $2,900. Can I buy fast already? I totally can. Phase 2 is nice, but I think that's going to be a relatively low priority in fights compared to doing fast. So we'll have fast as the first one. Phase 2 can go into slot number 2 whenever we got the money for it. At that point, we should be really close to being done with spells. Fire 3 at Melmond, Cure 3, that's it for spells. We're not going to class change. We do not get the warp spell or the exit spell. We don't get the life spell, but that's pretty irrelevant with a party like this. Unfortunately, Lift 3 and Ice 3 are locked to Red Wizard. Fire 3 is the last damage spell that you get in the game. So that's the reason why I'm not super hung up over getting the intelligence multipliers up a lot, because Cure 3 is really the only spell where I'm going to care about it at all in the late game. That has a variable effect. I care a lot about things like temper and haste, but those will have no change based on your intelligence score. Pick up all the soft potions I'm going to pick up and then sell all the soft potions. NES, you're stuck with them, so it's a mark of shame for the solo classes to have a soft potion in your inventory. You cannot get rid of it. But here, if anything happens, we can deny it ever took place. Dang, I got 4. And we will deny Dan's request to have that as level up. We're doing better. Level 18 is going to be another big HP gain level. So put us probably around 450 or so. It's going to be really good for HP. Another 4. They're 4. We've seen the ass fight. We've seen the ogre fight over here. A couple more formations that we expect to have in this part of the world than we have to the west. We've got to the north. Cycling those around, which is a little bit more efficient than using the clothing in terms of trying to remember what's been done. I don't think about a triple creep yet. We have not had a 29. That's our best HP level so far. 16. We got the strong MP gain as well. Agility, stamina. Very, very strong overall. All right, 1949. We're getting closer. Astos again is like 2,500 experience. So we are nearly a full Astos for level up now. Last one was like 1,600. It kind of goes up in a weird jumpy fashion. Like we had 2 levels that were very similar, then a big jump to the next one. Might be hard to predict how many more levels before we hit 2,500. But I imagine it's not more than like 2 or 3. And yes, I did say that like 2 or 3 levels ago, but this time I think it's probably going to happen. I've got the AoE damage spells. Just think Solo Thief is going to be doing this, except instead of being able to kill these enemies in one shot like this, it's going to be way, way slower. I think we're all looking forward to the Solo Thief. Doing so far 1,200 to go, so plenty of room. Stay with this zone, because even though the zone to the west is more lucrative on the average fight, it's got a couple of battles that are really bad for us, especially the gas fight with all the paralyzation. Those can be very dangerous. That's 600 experience to go. Means everything here is still fine. But after this, that's probably not the case. In this version of the game, stronger than the original Thief. Yes, they did buff the Thief quite a lot, especially your early combat is much better. Thief has a very large increase to their starting accuracy score, giving them more attacks per round. They actually start with 2 attacks per round, even at level 1 the Rapier. However, this is basically gone as soon as like level 2 in terms of an advantage. It is really, really not worth it. And there's nothing later on that the Thief particularly gets that helps out. They have been perhaps nerfed less than other character classes, and when they do things like fix the critical hit rate for weapons, the Thief does benefit because the original design, Thief weapons had a better critical hit rate than everybody else. However, you can't use those without class change. Thief's best weapon is going to be the Rune Sword until we get the Mastery. And let me tell you, the Rune Sword, it is not very good. Thief's weapon is the Power Glove. That is pretty true. If the Thief didn't have the Power Glove, it would not be possible to kill a 20,000 hit point Chaos. With the Power Glove, yeah, everybody can win. If you can survive long enough, then you can win Gate versus Chaos. Nice, we got the 28. Bad MP gain this time, that's fine. Agility, intelligence, so we are getting some decent stat gains there. Next level up is going to be 2,000. We've crossed the 2,000 threshold for the first time. Let's see, stat-wise, 17 intelligence. We need 3 more points for the next multiplier there. Nothing else really standing out as a particularly good stat, so that's a bit unfortunate. We are 3 away from extra attack per round with broadsword. That'll be quite noticeable. I believe that's going to be 2 level ups, though, so we have a bit of time before Dan gets a big gain. And I think that 2 level ups also going to coincide pretty closely to when XP level goes over what we need for Astos. So this time, I will say that there is at least a chance that 2 more level ups all we need. Really coming low XP monsters. Let's see some ogres. It hasn't been a problem up until now because we level up just so quickly that it is kind of irrelevant what the in-between fights are like. But we're starting to get to the point where you can kind of notice if you're getting these low quality ones that it's a decent number of battles in between level ups. Maybe not huge, but like this is in comparison to what you have on the NES version, like 1/50th of the time that you'd spend on getting the XP. But you're paying some of that back and having it take longer to level up themselves. I think the level process is maybe like 3 times faster than that. $9.49, so got a little bit of room there. Well, let's room after this. Things down about 600. And at that point, you're kind of close to some of the fights pushing you over. But only like the really, really high-end ones. Most of the fights are going to be around like 250, 300. The very, very worst being 120. I'm taking one of these, and then we're in great shape. We need 169, other than the very smallest fights. This will push us to the next level up try here. We get it in one try. I mean, some of these are going to be guaranteed gains. Very, very few of them, but some of them. It's always nice to get one of the freebies. Maybe it's a freebie, maybe not, but we got the 25, 17 for the MP, so we got high on both of those. Strength, intelligence, and luck. Very good. 2585. How much do we need for Astos? It's really, really close. 2250. I think we can kill Astos here. It appears to be safe. This would be nice. Astos in about 3 hours. Feels like that's pretty good progress. I think the NES Red Mage is not really super slow up to this point, but you have gotten so much HP out of playing these levels. But it's going to really make the next stretch kind of free for all the fights. That's very, very nice. The problem is we cannot take any fights in the way. Getting fights with lots of really fast monsters. For a typical playthrough, that would be kind of annoying here, but given that we are a bit overleveled for Astos, still don't run away from things pretty easily. All right, here we go. We need to land the mute before we die. That is step one. Well, we didn't die. Good start. Landed the mute. Now for step two. Couple of attacks, and we should be basically taking no damage. Astos' spells are not going to work, so we pretty much have them unlocked out. It's not quite as good as the White Mage, who has evasion buffs, and so you're just totally dodging. We're still going to take a little bit of damage on these, but we'll be able to finish the fight off so fast, because instead of swinging away for 200 rounds with a hammer, we've got better options. A ton of prep work. This is why Red Mage is going to be able to power through pretty much the entire game, because other than this mute at the start, pretty much every boss fight is going to look more or less like this. Astos complete. And that, how Dan got the crystal eye. If you thought the black belt was a tough fight, wait until you see the thief on that. It is not going to be pretty. I'll get more experience. I've got 335 here, so very, very little wiggle room to work with. I should probably get the level up done before going off and doing the quest. I'll put us at level 21. At that point, we'll be very good for hit points. Small game. Still trying to squeeze a few more of these out. At this point, if I got no more small gain or no more big gains for the rest of it, I would have 320 guaranteed points. It'd probably be a little bit higher because you would get vitality points at some point on the way. But I imagine that guaranteed is around like 400 HP left. And on average, it is likely going to be good enough to get us to 999 as it is. So we might be set on HP gains. Not set there. Nice 316, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes. And enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. We just got past Astos, so a big checkpoint complete. Up to this point, every single level up has had the HP gain manipulated, so we have fantastically good hit points. And I'm getting to the point where we might not need a lot more manipulations for the rest of the night. Looking at our numbers, we want to manipulate all the way to 99, which would be kind of ridiculous. It does look like it's about 15 hours of leveling required. And I'm playing this because the thief might need that. Red Mage should be fine. White Mage, Black Mage, probably this much manipulation is going to put you in the right ballpark. Those are going to be more tricky because those might need intelligence manipulated along with HP to some extent. Like you have one of HP or intelligence guaranteed, you manipulate the other one. And then if you didn't, you pick one to take as your primary. I probably get away with just doing intelligence for White Mage and Black Mage. Where the problem areas are. White Mage, you're going to be able to be very sneaky through this early bit up through Astos. Things like Mute and Ruse are going to be very effective. Vampire is harmable, Lich is harmable, Zombie Dragons are harmable. At that point, you get the Zeus Gauntlet. Then you can kill things with Lit too. White Mage just basically needs a path to get to the Power Glove. Because White Mage has got nothing else for buffs. Black Mage can at least use Fast and Temper just like the Red Mage can. So even before you get to the Sea Shrine, you're able to, with the Black Mage, melee things. It might be really, really difficult to survive long enough to melee things, but that's what all these hit points are going to be for. I'm trying to think about whether White Mage and Black Mage need to go much harder on manipulations than the Red Mage does. Maybe this is, other than the Thief, about as hard as you need to force things. It'd be very nice if that was the case. You're playing virtual highlight. There is no playing with virtual highlight. It is serious business. Virtual highlight is not a game. It is about survival. The bad news is that some of you are not going to make it. Dan's gonna be fine though, because Dan is a survivor, and because Dan can definitely get a strong HP gain here. Maybe not there, but very soon. Dan is gonna be fine. What if you've got different numbers of random calls between the Fire 2 and the Lit 2 spells? They get the same basic effect. I don't know if that lightning or fire animation has any randomness to drawing out how the display works. That's one of the things that has a surprising amount of consumption of the RNG values in the NES version, is that when you attack something, whether with a weapon or with spells, it has all these little dust clouds around it. Those take a bunch of random numbers to draw the dust clouds. That way it's not just the same cloud over and over again. And so as a result, having different spells actually has an impact on the number of random numbers consumed. GBA, I would imagine, could have done something similar, but I don't think it's drawing differently this time. There we go, 26, we got it. Low MP, agility, stamina, luck. That's pretty good. Got the big HP gain. We got 3 stats up. We're getting very, very little strength, unfortunately, and intelligence, which are kind of 2 of the best, but we'll take it. That's why I think we can take some XP while walking around here. Let's see how much Vampire is going to be. Vampire 1200. Yeah, we got tons of wiggle room for Vampire. That's going to be pretty easy to fit into pretty much any of these level ups coming up. So I might cruise around, get the next level up done while we are walking around. Take a fresh level going into Earth Cave. That should be good enough for Vampire. Maybe get a level cleanup at that point. And by the time we get the Lich, hopefully we are in a position where we can eat a Lich's worth of experience in one go. But that will be the goal. Also, for nothing already, we've got to be pretty close to being able to just glide to 999. We have somewhere around 300, 320 HP gain just from vitality points. That's assuming we get no more vitality points the entire game, which is pretty unrealistic. We're going to get at least a couple. So I bet the just base stack gains alone is going to be enough to push it over the top. And then however many strong level-ups the Red Mage gets going through here. That's just going to be a bonus on top of that. And if that's even like 4 guaranteed ones, that's probably good enough. Who could have stolen your stuff? Definitely not Dan. Dan is very trustworthy and would not steal from anybody. Although he would steal this herb if he could. It would save so much time. There's the toy done. Go knock out our Mystic Key quest, and at that point, it's time to go pick up a bunch of junk. Money really shouldn't be that big of a problem. We do have a small amount of stuff to buy. Fire 3, Ice 2, Silver Gear. There's the Silver Body Armor, Buckler. That's it for the Red Mage. Consumables. You are getting pretty low on the list of things that actually needs to be picked up post here. So I bet by selling off the couple swords that I don't need that I'm very close to having it. That's Red Mage rank for difficulty. I would say Red Mage definitely going to be on the easy end. Maybe not as easy as the fighter, but it has so many nice advantages. It's got the full kit for getting started. You get armor, so things like Garland and Pirates are pretty easy. You get a bunch of great buff spells for combat. Haste, Temper. You even have things like Mute and Protect. Like, these are all making short work of the fights. Fire 2 in the middle of this game. Soon Fire 3 is going to be crushing a lot of the undead enemies. Like, we are going to have, other than the lack of hit points. That's what almost 2.5 hours has been at the start here, just manipulating more hit points. The Red Mage is otherwise pretty good. And probably my big hope overall is that while I am worried that White Mage and Black Mage can be very tough on the NES version, I bet there's things that are going to make them much better on the GBA version here. And these are going to be much better on Astos, which that is one part that is just an absolutely miserable experience on NES. And PlayStation. PlayStation Astos is even worse, which you would not think would be possible. There are randomizer for the GBA version. Yes, the randomizer for GBA actually, I think, existed before the NES randomizer, but it doesn't really get a lot of use. It tends to be kind of broken in a lot of ways. Over Final Fantasy 1, by far the definitive randomizer experience is the NES version 1. Can't quite one-shot a Red Ogre yet, but once we get the silver sword out of Crescent Lake, we'll be able to do it. In fact, even once I get the swords out of Dwarf Cave here, we should be at least good enough to one-shot with that. We'll get the Dragon Sword here. Rune and Wear swords I can pick out of Temple of Fiends if I need the cash, and I probably do for spells. Those are going to still be at least a couple thousand here. We want to get a big stack of Ethers from Provoca. I guess I could actually get Ethers from Crescent Lake. We are going to have the canal opened up. And the great or the greatest, it's pretty good. I mean, certainly it's the fanciest of all the character classes. So we still have some wiggle room there. I think even if it takes longer, Red Mage is probably easier than the Black Belt, because a lot more of the things here are going to be the same strat over and over again, and not having to do a whole bunch of different techniques. That's one thing that the Red Mage is really good at, is just the consistency that you have from like Provoca onward is super high. Yeah, I like the Solo Black Belt as well. It's not bad on NES, other than like the first 4 hours is a miserable pile of imps. But once you can get past the boat, the Solo Black Belt on NES is not bad. The rest of the way through, it's just kind of like you get so much HP guaranteed. You get after level 10 enough damage that you can kill things. And you're just kind of blasting everything. Dwarf Cave have an official name. Dwarf Cave has the important distinction of having some very, very murderable dwarfs in it. When this dwarf wanders off, he will never be seen again. Honestly, it's his own fault. There's silver armor. That's our first upgrade. We also have the weapon here. This is going to be kind of temporary. It's better to use the silver sword than it is to use any of these mid-tier magic weapons, even with the small damage bonus that you have for the appropriate enemy type. Silver sword is just going to be straight up better when it comes to raw damage output as well as accuracy. We've done 20 level ups in 3 hours, plus all the story up through Astos. Certainly tonight will be very feasible for getting the next chunk of it. I should get the ethers out of Rest of the Lake. Question is, do I want to get the swords out of Temple Fiends? Probably I should. The Ice 2 and Fire 3 spells. I might not be able to pick up Fire 3 quite yet. The level requirements for spells are actually quite high. But we're level 21. In the advanced version, you would need level 15 to cast this. So we're probably pretty close. I know it's not double your NES level. I think it's like 1.5x, so somewhere around 20 sounds about correct. Also, for anyone that has played this game, it will look utterly ridiculous that our Red Mage, having just gotten past Astos, has 529 hit points. And this is at level 21. Also pretty nice about our stamina gains. I've been taking very little damage from these gargoyles. There's the Ruined Sword, pick up, get the Wear Sword on the back. If I didn't have to manipulate the levels on this, I bet Red Mage would be under 10 hours. Even with levels, Red Mage is not going to be that far to the double digits, which is a really big surprise. I thought this one would be the first one that'd be like 15 plus. It does not show any signs of that happening yet. I mean, there could be times where Red Mage gets really hard stuck on something. I think if we get past the Lich, then I will be feeling very good about it. 529 hit points. We can at least tank Ice 2, Fire 2, Lit 2 for a cycle. We could probably be tanking Ice 2 twice. Fire 2, Lit 2, which would give me somewhere around like 12 to 15 turns, and that's gotta be enough for Fighting Lich. Like you're maybe doing 3 or 4 tempers, a haste, 3 or 4 swings, yeah. You're gonna be totally fine. Alright, let's go. My swords here. We will possibly pick up more junk for money if we need it. A better place to find junk than the town of Belmont. Okay, I cannot get 5th tier spells yet. So level 21 is still stuck at magic tier 4. But we gotta be pretty close. Fire 3 or Cure 3 for Earth Dave? Probably not. Be kind of nice, but... with swords, we should be fine. Let's see, I want to get Ice 2 picked up. I can also start stocking up on things, but everything here should be available at... of course, like the exception of soft potions, which we definitely do not need. There's Ice 2. Just get rid of stuff I'm not using. Blender's probably useless. At this point, Lit 1 never got used. Let's ditch it. We can probably get rid of Fire 2 and Lit 2 eventually. Clean those out. Mute I might use again, although it's pretty unlikely. I think our Red Mage is going to have a quite limited spell list by the end. Like, we just need the combat buffs after a while. And very little of the damage is going to be realistically useful. What do I need here? 1500? Okay. So just don't get more than 1500 experience. We should be fine. Being hit by unexplained nukes, I will say that this is probably not Dan's fault. Yet. Alright, cutting it very close, but that does get me very close to level up here. So level 22 is right around the corner. And if I see something juicy, I can probably try some rolls at it. 22 does not sound like a level that would give me a guaranteed gain in anything. I imagine it is going to be up here 1 and 8. Only 4. Keep rolling for a little bit longer. I think I'm either going to take 1 or 2 more big HP levels, and at that point I think I'm going to let it rip. feeling comfortable enough with where the Red Mage is that we should be able to cruise in from there. It's so nice having hit points on Red Mage. You barely even notice these trolls. We notice that we do not get a strong HP gain. It's fine, we made it this far. We can tough it out for 2 more level ups. Another 4. White Mage and Black Mage might have to go a little bit longer on HP, just to be really safe. But I think this is probably a pretty good ballpark of how far any of the 3 Mage types needs. I mean, Thief probably gets away with less HP. But his Thief needs something else instead. Okay. 58. Thank you guys for resubscribing there. Enjoy the Agamas and enjoy our solo Red Mage starting off tonight. I'm getting at least a decent amount of confidence that this is going to be either done in 2 nights or not much more than that. Or it's like a 2.5 night playthrough. I was starting to think about plans as well for what Red Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage schedule might be looking like. Plus, we get all 3 of them nearly back to back. I would like to sprinkle in some more of the extreme fantasy Final Fantasy nights in between. I hear some people do enjoy how extreme those are. But they're working pretty good having these on the weekends. Doing the challenge run weekends. And then Tuesday and Wednesday doing Fantasy Final Fantasy with some of our extremist randomizers. Which will also give you some time to put in your contributions towards our highlight for the holidays. Which you definitely are going to want to miss. But unfortunately, you will not be allowed to. And there, that was not around for the earlier announcements. There is possibly a follow-up to the highlight for the holidays challenge, depending on how quickly this one gets finished. Like here. Let's go ahead. Let's prioritize a couple of things. I definitely think the silver sword's very important. The base damage there is massive for the improvement. Red Mage's best weapon for a little while. Then we can put a buckler on for 2 extra defense. That's basically it for a long time. And then anything else should probably go towards useful consumables. Let's see what we can make some room for here. Done with our pants. Knives are out of here. Probably keep 1 item to use in combat, but doesn't have to be all that important. I'd also use an item from my inventory if I really wanted to. Not so great after all. Swords out of here. Dragon swords out of here. Short swords out of here. 15,000. That's going to be Probably not enough for all of our consumables, but a decent chunk of them should be picked up. Let's get enough ethers to be dangerous. You cannot get antidotes here. That is annoying. Well, I can get them in Elfland, I guess. 310 should be fine. Eye potions, when I've got Cure 2s, I probably don't need those. Put everything into ethers. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Can get almost exactly what I need. Well, we're doing that then. Hey, Fred, welcome in. I have good news that our hats are extremely fancy. Although we only have one. Alright, now we're trying to get our next level up done. This is getting very near the end of the manipulate level ups. So it'll be so nice after this, just to be able to take whatever experience that we want. Get the Pure Spell. The Pure Spell is probably not a good deal. Beads? Beads also not good. Try again. About 300. That's less than anything out here. If I went back to Elfland, 300 is actually also pretty close to those levels. So I guess we can get our level up there if we need to. Get our antidotes picked up. How about boat enemies? See what these snags do. Looks like they do not give me a strong HP gain. See, Troll's now got the Silver Sword. Alright, 144 up from like 100. So just in this is, but it does seem like we got a pretty big boost over the Dragon Sword we had on before. Oh yeah, that's very nice. So our damage is going to be lovely here. Red Mage does have a couple of upgrades that don't take too long to get. Ice Sword is going to be in Ordeals. It is a very nice sword. And then after that, you are just sitting around till you have the Sun Sword and Mirage Tower. This is your last sword until the Maz meet at the end of the game. For defense, we go from this silver armor, which is going to last until Ordeals as well, which is going to be gold bracelet. And then Sea Shrine's got opal bracelet. Pearl ring we're going to buy as soon as we get the airship. Ribbon, first one of those is probably going to be the one in the waterfall. And at that point, I'm done. You might be done. All right, Pro Cape. Pro Cape you're going to get in Mirage Tower. Or, I guess, Sky Castle. Then you're done. Yeah, there's not a lot left for this Red Mage to do. Keep track, Dan. We don't even need the antidote potions. I've got 4. I'm probably not taking any poisonous fights at any point during Earth Cave. We are presumably fine there. Need to have enough money to stay at the Melmont Inn. And then the medical bills that will follow the stay at the Melmont Inn. So probably more cash would be nice. Wonderful. Since we do have a little bit of time here, to go over some of the research being done by the Agama Research Society. So you may know. And others may be wholly unaware that the Agama Research Society is the foremost society for Agama and Agama-related research. And tonight, a research breakthrough has occurred. Thanks to all the hard work being done by the Agama Research Society, and thanks to viewers like you. We now know that Agamas cannot explain the anomalous gallium deposits found in their pockets. And no further questions will be answered without a lawyer. Probably a different double creep fight than the one we saw over in Elfland. Doesn't have to be, it probably is. Same result though. Save it aside. Get some better fights here. Nope. Still 4. What do we got here? We got ogres and grogers and I think hyenas. Shadows. The asp. Some of it is going to be south of Melmont, some of it's going to be north of Melmont, so there's 2 zones to potentially bounce between. If I'm standing near the town, I'm probably going to be always in that one zone that extends out to Dwarf Cave. So I might have to go a little bit further west and south to get the new stuff. Maybe we'll try that next. This is definitely not the Dwarf Cave area monsters. So this is far enough over to be the new stuff. And then further south should be into the Shadow Zone. Maybe further new things. There we go, 25. Small MP though, and strength the only stat point. All right, well, we got the next level up done. Whether it was worth it, we will soon find out. It's vampire time. And then after this, it is going to be time for Lich. Lich. Looking at Lich's hit points. That's going to be like 1,000 hit points. Experience says 2,200. I don't know if that has changed for the Fiends. Most of the monsters are going to be basically the same. Right there, Godallion, we have tremendous deals on all Agamas and Agama-related accessories. Going for the entirety of the month of December. So be certain to stock up. Get gifts for your loved ones and for your enemies. Be certain to get a sponsorship of Hide Line for the holidays. Don't worry, Agama Mega Pack will be back tomorrow night. We're getting fresh shipments throughout the entire month. I mean, I want to kill a tiger too. Did we get the next potion drop? We did not. All right, 2,400 experience. Unless vampires got double XP, we're fine there. But if I really had to, I could grind a lot in here to avoid vampire overkilling. In terms of money, the only thing I need is consumables at this point. That's probably still worth grabbing the coral sword here, just to have that, but don't need any of the other side stuff. Coral sword will be like 4,000 gold. Skipping my normal money I'd get from all the encounters, so we're going to be a little bit less because of that. Game rebalance for MP instead of spell slots. I wouldn't say balance is really the thing that they focused on a lot. The bosses are rebalanced. And primarily that is making up for the fact that all of the bugs have been fixed. So things that completely did not work, like the temper spell, the power glove, and weapon critical hit rates, and running. All of those things have been fixed because they were just not functioning correctly in the NES version. And as they fix these things, it makes the bosses much easier. Technically makes almost everything much easier, but especially the bosses, who you really notice because that's where like 90% of the challenges in most of the gameplay. So the bosses have had their hit points very significantly increased, especially Chaos. It goes from 2,000 to 20,000. But regular enemies, really not a lot of changes. I have 2. Never mind. Not taking that many gargoyles. Basically 2 strategies for getting through these floors. One is what you typically do in speedruns, which is to take very, very short segments and save in between so you can quickly save scum through a floor. It's not going to be the most pleasant experience, but you'll get through a floor in kind of a pretty consistent amount of time. The other alternative, which is what I'm trying to do here, is just take really massive hero walks and hope you get lucky. And at these higher levels, it's a much higher chance of that happening, so it's not that bad of an idea when you are doing these solo runs. As you're going to probably be at most situations like a chunky, like 50% level, 100% higher levels. Your odds of getting more advantageous combat results are much, much better. It's much easier for a casual playthrough of the Balanced Party of 4. It pretty much is, other than Chaos. I think Chaos, maybe Lich, because of how big of a difficulty jump Lich is. But everybody else, even with the boss buffings, like, you kind of notice vampires got double HP, but it's pretty likely that if you are seriously able to do Earth Cave, the vampire fight's not going to be the hard part. Carry, Kraken, Tiamat never were really all that hard to begin with, so doubling them does not make for a massive challenge. But especially Chaos, because it's 10x. And Chaos also has one of the more noticeably buffed offenses. Like, in general, most of the spell damage is buffed. So even things like Lich can be a little bit scary as a result. Not by a huge amount, but by a little bit. But by the time you get to Chaos, it's very, very noticeable that the spell damage is much higher. Alright, so we got just enough wiggle room to kill Vampire, assuming that Vampire does not have higher than normal experience. Set there. Let's see if we are set here. Vampire versus Dan. Look there, massive pool of hit points really comes in handy for this fight. Vampire goes down. All right, 1200, so we are good there. We do not level up. No worries about trying to force this one. I could force it on the way out and get 23 done. That would be pretty much like the last level up that I think I need to manipulate. That would be pretty close to 600 hit points. Feels like that's easily cruisable territory to finish to 999. It feels like we don't need any of the individual stats to be good. I am very inclined to give this a try. It would be very nice to have the intelligence buff. I will say that the multiplier is kind of important here. Because you're doing so little damage with your spells that it's really going to be kind of frustrating to use any type of AoEs later on. You know what? There's an intelligence point. I'm going to keep that one. Let's say we want to get at least intelligence up to the next breakpoint, which is 20. We're at 18 right now, I think. And I think I'm going to care less about HP for a little while. Yeah, MP is going to be nice as well. 999 MP is probably not exactly an easy thing for the Red Mage. Yeah, my intelligence stat is still pretty flimsy here. This is one thing a Black Mage should do very, very well. The Black Mage is ultimately going to probably just resolve to using swords at some point. We are already nearly at the next level up. Yeah, having the AoEs are very nice. This will make for certain areas to be a little bit nicer. Although in general, you can pretty much skip anything besides boss fights. And we're going to be leveling up in things that are single target, especially the eye grind. That's going to be a big one. Zombie, maybe. We got the strong HP gain. We'll take another one of those. I think if I take either strong HP or intelligence, which should improve our odds a bit. Now it's a 1 in 4. That's a good policy here for a bit. useless. That's gonna be unfightable. Moving slow. I should just get some ethers on here. That way we can continue to nuke on the way out. Alright, so I think the plan for tonight, we at least want to get Lich done and hopefully Ordeals as well. And I think at that point, I will have a good enough start that I'll feel pretty good about finishing up tomorrow night. Let's say somewhere around another hour or so to go. Seems reasonable. Gandalf Lundgren, you might believe in Dan, but Dan does not believe in Dan. And so you can see why there might be a problem. The this version of the game is ridiculously high. NES has a pretty high encounter rate. And this is something that is not just down to the fact that you have fast movement speed. It is deliberately tuned to be very, very frequent encounters. I wonder if it's just because they wanted to have a little bit more kind of drag going through the dungeons. One, because it makes the game longer. And two, because if you don't have a lot of resource consumption going through these, it's kind of trivial doing most of the game. Now, this is true for a lot of RPG series. Like, Dragon Warrior especially kind of focuses on the journey being the hard part. Like, the bosses are hard, but the bulk of the challenge is surviving the walks to the bosses. And I think they were kind of tuning Final Fantasy to be more in that spirit from past experience about how well it works at making it seem like the dungeons are a lot more threatening and important than they were previously. But that is our bowl. It looks like that's one shining bolt, which is not bad. $1,000 to go. That's probably 2 fights. We can get some really big battles here, but it's unlikely. This put us very, very close to it. But just a little bit under. Well, I want either big HP or intelligence. I'll take either of the two. This last one where I need the big HP. I think at 600, then you can probably relax a bit from that. Intelligence, we're going to be pushing for another couple. At least getting the 20 breakpoint. Small HP did not get any stats. Could definitely beat that. Monkey strength. I feel like strength is kind of okay, but you get so much equivalent strength from your combat buffs that that stat really is only good at the very beginning. And like once you have temper, it's basically done. This is a big change from NES Final Fantasy where strength is incredibly important for mages. You need to have a ton of strength to be able to do damage to chaos at the end. Because there are no buffs that work other than haste. This one, no stats. Turn just to get different RNG here. We have symbols better this time. Got a knife, but no stats. Which would be helpful for later. When Dan stabs us in the back. After all the hard work we have done to build Dan up to the point where he is today. Only to realize that it was all a waste. Temper should be different. Haste would definitely be different. That was not different, so we got the knife. So temper, because it does not have a random effect, did not change the RNG versus anything else that we did, which is interesting. Do haste then. That'll be more attacks. That'll definitely be different. From his trusting data instead of Ace, Bill, or Cal. I mean, we may have made some bad choices. I will admit that. But in the end, as long as Chaos dies, that's really what matters. Gotta have a different fight in there somewhere. Nope, still nothing. Let me skip this bullfight. Already seen these before. I think I did that with Ice 2, which one-shot them. Let's try Fire 2, which should not one-shot. What I can do is actually just kill one of them off. That'll definitely give me a very different result. In addition to being 1-8, we also have to have 8 different RNG setups. Which is a surprising number of times you can actually get the exact same results. That's the same results, but from a different setup. Raced it. Like 2 rounds of AoEs. And this will be different because we're not going to have a melee round in between. So yeah, that'll be something different for whatever it is. Agility. That is new, but definitely not what we want. This is new. We have not had spiders before. We're like, we will never have spiders again. Let's see if spiders solve our problems. That's how you get intelligence. Alright, we are at 20 intelligence. We got the breakpoint. We got pretty good hit points here. I think that is it for manipulation then. I'm gonna call it good at level 25. It'll be better the more that you do the manipulations, but I don't think it will save us a huge amount of time to manipulate the rest of the levels. Given that we get 99 hit points by the end, hopefully a pretty good MP total. I do have ways of bumping up my MP during key fights. It is extra rounds of buffs though, so it is something you have to kind of use very cautiously. And I don't even know if the Red Mage really needs a lot of MP because you're probably not doing a lot of combat healing. The healing that makes the White Mage really, really need it a lot. Not have sold my pants. We could have given our pants to the Titan. And this horrible scene would have been avoided. Small chance that X Potion could be good. X Potion still gives me HP, even if it doesn't give me the MP back. That'll be good for a portion of the recovers that you need at Chaos. I continue doing the Metroid 2 speedruns. Nope, I have not been able to do any speedruns since injuring my hand. It's getting better though. It's good enough to do a lot of these challenge runs at RPGs without too much of a problem. Are we doing the GBA version? Because it's a fun one. And I've already done solo challenges for all 6 character classes on the NES version. So a lot of this is seeing how different of an experience is it to play with these remastered versions. GBA has a lot of quality life improvements. It has heavily rebalanced things. This is a very, very distinct experience. Done PlayStation 1 as well for some of them. Especially things like Thieves on PlayStation 1. Those are very miserable, possibly the worst of the character class challenges that you can imagine. But PlayStation 1 is ultimately pretty close to NES in many ways, whereas GBA has got a lot more changes. Easier on GBA overall. It is way easier for a casual playthrough on GBA. This is a very accessible version that I recommend to people that don't have the super nostalgia for the original NES version because of how many improvements that you get. Like along the way, they did the PlayStation version, which fixes all the bugs, but keeps game balance pretty similar and adds save anywhere, which does make things a lot easier. And PlayStation had two options. There's normal difficulty, which is kind of the classic style. And then there's an easy mode, which basically cuts the amount of experience that you need in half. It reduces the amount of money that you need to buy things. It increases the amount of magic that you've got available. It's overall just a lot of tweaks that simplify the experience. And that easy mode is kind of like the legacy that goes into the later remakes. GBA, PlayStation Portable, all the mobile games. And Pixar Master is then its own kind of unique thing, but it has generally the easier feel to things as compared to the originals. But just because it's kind of easier overall doesn't mean that for all these challenges it's going to be easy or simple. And so some of the things that change, like the bosses getting buffed in response to your party being stronger, make it for like a different style about how you approach a lot of the challenges. We keep getting duels, so we'll definitely take these. Most other things we want to pass on. Mostly things that are unrunnable, things that are really slow fights, things that paralyze us. And it looks like it's not going to be a good prospect that you can probably reset and get easier fights on. Those I will take. Beating literal grinding. Well, I've done a lot of grinding. Normally, a Red Mage would have about 200 to 250 hit points right now. So the fact that we are nearly 600 hit points in means that we are very, very abnormal for what a character like this would be. And this is because every single level up for the first, like, 22 or 23, I got the highest HP gains that you can get. Which normally you have about like 3-4 hit points per level, and I'm getting like 23 hit points per level. That adds up very quickly. And as a result, we can pretty much just demolish Lich. This should be good enough, though, for carrying through the rest of the game, so you don't really have to care about hit points ever again. But I will be needing a lot of level ups for getting more magic spells, getting some way other stats up. And we'll do that probably in the Ice Cave and Ordeal for the bulk of it. Or two. Very slow. But Dan's legs are very broken. Red Mage, I felt like was in the middle for running away from things. And I guess we don't really emphasize a lot of agility and luck gains here, so Red Mage is probably suffering a lot because those are still very low stats. But I think that's really, really slow we can run away from. And that's really, really fast we probably struggle with. My best offensive spell, Temper. Haste is pretty good too. Those are 99% of what you're going to be using for offense in this game against the bosses. Take whatever level we get. At this point, we are set for those. Running against the dance thing. Well, cowardice is dance thing. So you would think that running would be along with it, but no. He is cowardly and slow. Anything I need down here? Probably not. Other than the randomizer, the bulk of Earth Cave is pretty uninteresting. You got the Coral Sword upstairs. That's really it. And Coral Sword, you probably only care about unless you have, I guess, 4 thieves. One of the rare times where the Coral Sword would actually be useful. Or if you just need it to sell for money. What's the reason I got the Coral Sword at this point? Getting to 20 intelligence has made a massive difference for our spells. I think what I will probably do when I'm doing the big grinds is get decently far in, and then somewhere in like the 90s, just look at what do we need for the next intelligence breakpoint. That might be 30, it might be 40, it might be, well, probably not 50. Probably 30 or 40. And at least get that breakpoint. The worst thing we could do is hit our intelligence like 39 and be maxed out levels so that we can't improve it anymore. Because we'd be just like tantalizingly close to have just a lot more oomph in all of our variable spells. So it's really seems to this point that it is not worth trying to grind for it. Another intelligence point. Getting lucky at those. The items. Whatever this formation is. I wonder what the group does there. Does it ride the giant? How does it keep up? Get one shot now. Almost. Trying the characters work. We've got a lot of magic defense, so we are able to tank a lot more of the hits than you would normally be able to at this point. But it's exactly the same as NES, where on hit, there's a opposed check versus your magic defense to decide, do they apply their status ailment? Cockatrices, that's petrification. Undead, that's paralysis. Mummies, it's sleep touch, and so on. And so having more magic defense will dramatically improve your odds there. And aside from that, really not a lot of other things are in point. I can probably run from mummies. I said this before that I was not able to run from mummies. But this time we can do it. We're very near. At the doorstep of our first of the 4 fiends. Should be pretty good. It is primarily, can we avoid getting paralyzed by Lich? Enough hit points to tank his spells. We need a couple rounds of buffs. Probably 5 rounds of buffs to be ready. there. That one looked like it was less good. Max. I think we're ready. Enjoy the lit music. I think it's got a pretty good soundtrack for this version. Rude. Maybe we'll get paralyzed though, that's the important thing. It's got stun touch on his fist, and then also the hold spell, which is another source of paralysis. Alright, I'm ready to go, but I think we might need to heal here. We are kind of just barely out healing him, which is not good. Dodge. That should be it. Gonna be really close, but I think we can do it from here. There we go. Beam number 1 is done. The Lich has fallen. And a bunch of Red Mages who we have no idea who these guys are. They come and celebrate with Dan. We'll have to tip the winner. And depending on how much time we have after our main playthrough is done, there might be some bonus dungeons. This one is looking like it is going to be less likely that we will have bonus dungeons, just because time-wise, it's certainly going to be a lot longer than Fighter or Black Belt was. Fighter finished in 1 night, pretty comfortably. Black Belt spilled over into a second night, but only by a little bit, which is why we had so many of the bonus dungeons to do. But if we are a healthy bit behind at Lich, then I imagine that when the raid spills over to night number 2, it's probably not going to have nearly as much free time at the end, although there might be enough for a little excursion. All depends on how Dan does over the next few dungeons. Gonna go visit the old men, who are less greasy than normal. We'll do our deals, and I think we will be trying to get a good number of Mega Elixirs from the Zombies. So we might spend a little while at ordeals. Hopefully Dan can kill the Zombies. His damage output is not particularly good. If Dan cannot kill Zombies easily, then I will probably just immediately jump over to Ice Cave and get the levels there. Because certainly once he gets the bulk of the stuff through Ice Cave, he should be good. There's a Vitality point. Those are still decent. Getting more defense for physicals is okay, but you're really never going to have enough as a Red Mage to reliably tank things. I think in the long run, they're probably not super important. Not says the troll. This might be survivable. Okay, good first round. Certainly we could be taking a lot more damage for these hits. Like that. Like that, we make it to Crescent Lake. Alright, so we are good here for a bit. Again, the big thing is going to be, can we kill zombie Ds and ordeals without horrendous contortions? I will have a sword upgrade there. And if I am two-shotting zombie Ds, a lot of the 1v1 fights should be okay. Is it worth carrying high potions? Probably not. We don't need the gold needles or the cool sword anymore. Probably no knives required. That's looking like a good inventory. Each high potion is probably about a cure 2 right now, which translates into like a third of an ether. So it does add a little bit of value carrying the high potions and potions around. Your inventory is barely impacted, like how long you can actually do things. Got magic level 6, which does not help a Red Mage. Level 5 means I could get Fire 3 from Melmond. Might be worth grabbing here. Two intelligence. I guess we'll take it. The next intelligence breakpoint's not for a long while. It pretty much makes no difference for each individual level whether you grab the intelligence point or not. You're going to hit a streak of going like 30, 40 level ups. And I'll see at the end of that how well we did. It's probably going to be not that much better, to be honest. I think Red Mage is going to be fizzling out for magic pretty soon. But Shadow 7, welcome in. Hope you enjoy the solo Red Mage playthrough. Should have at least one more solid dungeon tonight. That dungeon will be an incredible ordeal. And if I'd be level 30. It's still really rough in the boat. I'm going to take to finish it. So far, on this version of the game, Fighter is like 5.5 hours. Black Belt was 7 hours or so. I think Red Mage is probably going to be around 10 to 12 hours based on that. It's kind of hard to tell because Red Mage is very front-loaded with a lot of tough grinding at the beginning, which we are now past. So suddenly we go from moving very, very slowly to moving very, very fast. So it's kind of hard to tell like how far behind I am between the fact that the grinding is going to be noticeably different, and the Red Mage is a very different style character than either the fighter and Black Bolt were. But typically, if you're killing Lich, that's about 1/3 of the way through the game, so 12 hours by that estimate. I think it'll be a little bit faster because we won't have as much late game work to do. But we shall see. Let's hope you can relax. Enjoy lurking. Thank you very welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes and hope that you're enjoying your weekend here. We should have at least an hour for tonight's playthrough. The plan will be to pick up part 2 tomorrow night. And if I can split it just right, with the 2 roughly equal sized parts. It would be nice to fight tigers. But with the Catman there, probably not worth it. But thank you much for the good wishes. That's about 250. That's pretty handy. That's big enough that you can realistically use that in combat. Cure 3 is going to be the only healing spell that we got. Can't get any of the heal lines. Cure 4 is a White Mage exclusive. So if we would like to be healing, that is going to be what we can use. Is it intentional that you get river mobs on land here? I think so. It's like a marshy territory. So all of this zone continues on to the Cardia Islands as well, which has a lot of marshes and swamps as their tile set. So it feels like that's the general vibe for this part of the world overall. Let's just skip the Gargoyles. They're probably not going to fight. Gargoyles, Mancats, Sorcerers are the big 3 to avoid on the NAS version because they have horrible things. On GBA, only the Sorcerers are really bad. And both the Gargoyles and the Mancats, instead of starting with Fire 2, start with Fire 1. So they are pretty wimp. They will eventually get around to Fire 2 if you let them sit there long enough. Which you see Mancats definitely should not do. Well, if your legs are broken, then you might not have a choice. If your mind is blasted, you are definitely in trouble. Done. Shouldn't be any need for the heal staff here, so I'm going to skip that. Skip the nightmares. We get our upgrades. Ice Sword and Gold Bracelet. And Zeus Gauntlet are going to be 3 really nice things here. So even though we are not class changing, I am coming to Ordeals just so I can get the good stuff to be able to use in the next few hours. There's 2. Gold Burst is the same defense score as the Iron Armor, so you're really, really good for physical defense now. About maybe a couple points behind what a fighter would have, but not by a huge amount. Gauntlets up near the top, those will be used in battle. So we do a Fire 2 versus with money. Guessing it's going to be not close. Fire 3 maybe, though it's a lot more expensive. Okay. Got 100 there. Let's see what we do with this Ice Sword versus the Zombies. 128. That's probably a 3-hit Zombie then. It's 229, it's a little bit better. That's a lot worse. 92. Alright, so 3 hits. You got strong HP, which is becoming less and less important, but we'll take it. I think I will take at least some Zombie here. Try and get enough Zombie that we can get some Mega Elixir drops. The more double hits we can get, that better here. But the Fighter and Black Belt are pretty quick at the point where they can just one-shot the Zombies, and they go before the Zombie does, so you take very little damage. That's a very good level, but no intelligence point. So it could be slightly better still. You can see just how fast we're going to level with the Red Mage at Zombie. It's going to be even faster on the eye fight in the Ice Cave. But now we can go to town. One Mega Elixir. 149 accuracy. I have a couple levels to go before I get the next breakpoint. 160 is going to be when the next attack round happens. Red Mage getting probably 2 accuracy per level here, so likely 6 levels to go. And then you have just a 20% bonus, so making the 2 shots a little bit more consistent, but not turning into a 1-shot. Well, the Mega Elixirs are good Mega Elixirs. And we would take as many of those as we can carry. Yeah, Zombies are the #1 source for Mega Elixirs in the game. Other than this, you're pretty much just doing the 15 puzzle, hoping for the best. But this grind is probably 90% Mega Elixir, 10% experience, because you get better experience in Ice Cave very soon after this. And I've been getting, I think, 3 Mega Elixirs for both Fighter and Black Belt. Let's see how much value the Red Mage can squeeze out here. Good first drop. Mega Elixir drop rate is 1%. I have to see if the Fire 3 spell would be enough to kill these things, but I kind of guess that the answer is no. They've got pretty close to 400 hit points, and we're doing 125 with Fire 2. Fire 3 is probably not anywhere close to what we need. Okay, weak accuracy levels, it is a common problem. All right, we did not have any mega elixirs in that stretch. Losing those zombies, not a problem. Only thing that matters here is the mega elixir. You gotta be very picky and just reset, not take the zombie experience, but I'm getting pretty good value of that experience on the side. I think it's worthwhile trying to save as much of it as we can. Amazing how much harder these things are with Red Mage versus those fighters. I think by this point the fight was very, very simplistic for both fighter and black belt. I played the GBA version of 5C2. I've done recently the Pixar Master version of 5C2. That was like maybe a year and a half ago. That one was pretty fun. I like the remastered Final Fantasy 2 music a lot. There's some very good soundtracks on there, and Final Fantasy 2 doesn't really have all that much that you're missing out of for the remake. So the bonus content is like pretty forgettable, to be honest. The callbacks to all the characters that you lost along the way, like, there's a reason why they were not main featured characters. I think Min was the only one that people really care about. So just having the storyline go up to the Emperor and end at that point is pretty good. And the base master version, because of things like showing you where the boxes are and where locations are, is a lot easier to get all the stuff that Final Fantasy 2 has to offer without a lot of really tedious searching. I think people are pretty familiar with how penalizing Final Fantasy 2 is in places where there's a whole bunch of little tiny rooms, and some of the rooms have boxes, and most of the rooms, when you walk in, you're teleported to like the far end of it. It's an incredibly high encounter rate with very annoying enemies, and then that's just doing it like 7 times to get a box. It is one of the things that people really, really hate about the game, is just a stretch where it's a whole bunch of trap rooms like that. And so seeing here's where the chests are like helps out a lot. Big promises of Ultima. Ultima is very disappointing in the original, especially. They have fixed it a bit. Ultima gets a lot stronger in their mix. It's still not something that is really amazing and worth all the build-up for, but at least it like does something. Yeah, I forget how many of them are like that, Mirage 89, but I'm pretty sure like the trip to Mysidia is like that. And like that stretch of the game especially just has a bunch of similar-ish dungeons. So it gets really repetitive if we're doing those. Thanks, Tyler. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes. Enjoy our solo Red Mage playthrough. Currently facing zombies. think we might be at the point where we are somewhat consistently two-shotting them, which is nice. So let's need Berserk for bosses, teleport for living moms, and life for undead, and nothing else. Yeah, I mean, I think that combat buffs are kind of okay. Things like fast are still useful. I think the evasion buffs are still pretty good. Healing is definitely still very good. Nice Mega Elixir number 2. But yeah, Fantasy 2 has got probably 20 spells that are unnecessary. And because it's such a big investment, it's not just like you buy a spell, you can try it out. If it's no good, you don't use it again. Fantasy 2 is all about grinding up your individual ability stats. So if you buy a lightning spell, you have to use the lightning spell 1,000 times before it's upgraded. And if you don't like lightning, well, you gotta start from the beginning with fire. So it makes it really penalizing if you pick a move that ends up being not particularly good, and then you find out later that, oh, this particular spell is the wrong element for the dungeon that I'm going into. It's like, too bad. And kind of similar things for some of the equipment. Like, pretty much every Final Fantasy game suffers from lots of swords. So if you pick swords, you're probably going to be pretty happy. And if you pick any other weapon type, then there's occasionally good upgrades, but they tend to be sporadic, unpredictable. Sometimes you'll get a complete waste for your upgrade of that dungeon because it's, you know, it's gonna be like the zombie axe or something. But swords are just so easy to use and simplistic. Best skills to open Final Fantasy 2 would be Fist and Cure. Those are pretty much the 2 spells that you need. Yeah, Shield's pretty good too. Shield also lets you dodge things, which can be generally handy. And having one person with sword is probably enough. There's a really broken sword that you get late in the game that kind of solves all your problems. And you only really need one person with it. Everybody else could just be sitting back casting spells or using fists. Link's Father 99, welcome in. Yeah, we're doing our zombie grind here, mostly looking for Mega Elixirs. I don't really do this for experience. XP is better and easier to get in the Ice Cave. But Mega Elixirs here are pretty good. I've got 2 so far. I would like to get more. We've got 3 Mega Elixirs on Fighter and Black Belt. That ended up being enough for both of those. Red Mage is probably going to be certainly on the needier side. You're going to have a couple of extra rounds of combat buffs for Chaos, so use a Mega Elixir every 3 or 4 turns, and you need 4 extra buffs. That's probably a good idea to bring 2 Mega Elixirs. Maybe more. I don't get him here, then I'm going to have to get him at the 15 puzzle instead, which is much tougher. the White Mage attack. If you're playing the Pixie Master version, or the original version, there is a very important penalty to your magic stats from equipment, and it's really, really heinous. So if you were doing a spellcaster, they have to be wearing especially light gear. If you're playing GBA, I don't think it's as impactful. All right, Ackland, have a good night. Pleasant dreams, and I do hope that you have enjoyed our solo Red Mage tonight, and will enjoy it probably tomorrow night as well. See if we can one-shot the Wisdom with Fire 3. I think it might be close. I don't think we have the breakpoint yet, though. This is still the 20 breakpoint. Hey, nice. We can do it. And yeah, we're still in the 20s. Alright, things I'm looking at. First of all, HP we were doing tremendously good at because there was a lot of grinding for HP early in the game. MP we're doing okay at. I feel like we might be on pace to get to 999. I did not specifically go after MP levels, I just happened to get some pretty good ones early on. And just with the normal pace, it seems like we're doing okay. Intelligence is going to be probably able to be hitting 40 by the end. I doubt we get to 50. And if we don't care about anything else stat-wise, then that's probably the important things here. Hey, Storyteller team, welcome in. Doing the zombies. We're looking for Mega Elixirs. If you happen to spot any, let me know. Our Mega Elixir count is still 2. Damage numbers definitely good. We're up to 7 attacks. And 195 accuracy. 224 is the end of the line. And we still have the Sun Sword upgrade, which is going to bump me up by another couple points of accuracy. So we are pretty close to being capped out for attacks per round. You cannot get to the next attack past that one, which would be 256. 255 is the cap. Although if you use buffs like the Power Glove or the Speed Drinks, you can get a buff that stacks on top of that number. And so you will get more attacks per round by that by a little bit. Send Dan back in time. What if we send Dan back in time and leave him there? I feel like that would solve so many problems. Kind of miss these zombies. This is the last character that can do the zombie grind. White Mage, Black Mage, Thief are probably not going to be able to do this. At least not on the first trip to Ideals. You might be able to go back for a second trip. But it's just so nice to get these out of the way. And it counts towards your experience. So you're getting a better indicator of how much work that you have to do at Ice Cave. It's very, very solid. Well, I will note that we have not seen a Mega Elixir in a while. We're gonna be somewhere in the 50s, finishing off this zombie D grind. It goes real fast once we do the ice cave grind. That is roughly 5 eyes per level. And we kill the eyes faster than we kill zombie Ds. So going up to level 99 is very, very easy. As a solo character, it's really, really nice to be able to just get that leveling business completely knocked out in like an hour or so. So much nicer than NES, where it's multiple ice cave trips and multiple hours to get level 50, much less level 99. Wait, one shot. You're getting better at that. Your dodging defense is getting better. A quick assessment of our spell potential as we get close to level 50. Level 50. 495 MP. I mean, that's about as close as you can get to being, like, basically on pace for 999. I don't know if we get a lot of strong MP gains guaranteed. We do have, I think, a little bit more MP per level up, thanks to our intelligence stat being all right. Definitely not amazing. All of our stats are very, very not amazing. But they're working. 209 accuracy, we got another 15 to go there for the next breakpoint. Once Stan hits that breakpoint and we get 8 attacks per round, I think one-shotting zombie Ds is going to become pretty commonplace. But I'm hopefully not sticking around ordeals much longer past that. I don't know how practically useful it's going to be. Concerned about Dan's stamina. I mean, I would be concerned about many things related to Dan. Stamina might make the top 10, but he's got so many other problems. More stamina growth. Definitely noticed that in the level ups. There's a very slight benefit to stamina, even though we have HP easily maxed out, and that is stamina points contribute to your defense score. Just the general amorphous blob of stamina helps out with your hit reduction. One reason why you're seeing the numbers on the zombies go down a little bit. Not by a lot, but a little bit. There's a lot more noticeable on Black Bolton fighters who have probably 75% of levels getting stamina. Alright, that was nothing for stats on that level. I think he did get strong HP and MP, which is, at this point, useless for HP, but MP still nice. really big thing we want to see is keeping pace on MP, getting at least an average of 10 MP per level up here. We'll just cruise to 999, and I would want to be comfortably ahead by the time that we were like maybe in the 70s to 80s, seeing that 999 getting approachably close. And that we don't have to worry about using the fairy tonics in any of the boss fights. Hey, nice big elixir number 3. That is solid. 3 is the number I got for the other 2 character classes so far. Dan would like to have 4, maybe 5 here. But I'll see what we can do. It is true, the more elixirs we get, the more time savings later from not doing 15 puzzles. And the more zombie Ds we kill, more time savings later for not doing as many eyes. But both of those are probably more efficient activities. So I don't want to push it too hard on our luck. I'll think about it. We don't have to do the second place prize pool nearly as much, do we? Second place prize pool I've been trying to get for the 15 puzzle Hermes shoes, which we already have the fast spell, so we don't need that. But we could still get the elixir prize. And with one character, elixir is as good as a mega elixir. That might be the focus. Just gonna blast through a whole bunch of those. That way, rather than the first place prizes, which you can get a couple mega elixirs, but it gets really tough after like the first 2 or 3. Say going for second place, which you have a limited number of tries at it. Well, that limit is like 50 or 60. And so even if it is maybe like a 1 in 6 chance of getting an elixir drop, you're still going to get some pretty good ones. Ooh, that's number 8. Got an next attack per round. That's the last attack per round that we get. Now, even if we upgrade swords even to the Masmune, it will still only have 8 attack space. He's about to max out pretty soon here. And it looked like our MP didn't quite keep up there, which is maybe a little bit concerning. Let's see if that trend continues. Oh yeah, Dan's got some good swords. It's not as amazing as the Black Belt's Fist, but it's pretty nice. RP is actually ahead. Okay. I thought I was at 554, level 56. 574 is fine. Just want to stay better than 10x on our MP. And ideally widen that gap a little bit. If by like level 70 we're closer to 800 MP, that'd be really ideal. That way there's no surprises of, oh, you don't get any strong MP gains for the rest of the game. Right now, I think our base MP gain is like 8. Which means we don't quite get enough, and we need the occasional strong MP gain to stay at that 10 MP per level pace. Does it matter for 950 versus 999? Well, probably not. I don't think we actually need a lot of MP in the fights, because we don't have a good enough healing spell to infinitely stay in battles. Like a white mage can out-heal the damage that Chaos does. And so the more MP you have, the longer you can fight. Red Mage is probably just going to have to resort to elixiring. And you're going to elixir for your HP way before you're going to elixir for your MP. But it is kind of nice just to have a bigger tank. Let's see the number. 29 for intelligence, so we are one away from our next breakpoint. I mean, we're definitely getting to 40 at this rate. Could we get to 50? Should we get to 50? And it feels like we could definitely use some more healing on our Cure 3s. If I ever want to use those in battle, they have to be a lot stronger than they are right now. X potions buyable? Nope. Regular potions and high potions are all you can buy for recovery items. X potions, there's like 2 of them in the game. They're kind of a one-off from boxes. Elixir is the one that you can get a lot of. That one is from the 15 puzzle. I guess technically you can grind tigers for X potions. Probably by the time you're at the end of the game, tigers are going to very quickly run away. So you might have a hard time doing it. But just like you've got a 1% make elixir drop rate here on these zombies, tigers would have a 1% X potion drop rate. Means you should probably just kill zombies. Yeah, not truly reliable, but the most reliable source of things that I care about is going to be elixirs from 15 puzzle. I don't remember if it's a 1 in 4 or 1 in 6 chance for each of the prize blocks, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. There we go, make elixir number 4. That's a pretty nice one. But yeah, if I could do somewhere around 60... let's say 50 15 puzzles that can get the second place prize. Even if it's 1 in 6, that's like 8 of them. Which is going to be more than I can get from most of these other sources for anything else. How much did I manipulate starting level ups early on? Yes. First 24 level ups were manipulated. We had 600 hit points at Lich. And then in the next 40 levels, I got the other 350 hit points. So you can see how much of a difference manipulations make. It's a little bit of a shame because that's a lot of time for doing this manipulation. That's the reason why it was 3 hours to get to Astos, is because every level up to that point is manipulated. Like up to Vampire, I think, every level was manipulated. There was only after Vampire that I stopped. But you really need a ton of hit points to be able to get past Lich and the Wizards and the Vampire and things. So you can probably slack up a little bit earlier. It was very nice, because Lich was down to the wire. And it probably would have been a couple of tries at it to get a better outcome for that. Purify the boss. Hope you enjoy our solo Red Mage here. We're just trying to get some Mega Elixirs off of these zombie dragons. Beatings will continue until the Mega Elixirs are dropped. We will also continue the beatings after Mega Elixirs are dropped. But that's just because we enjoy it. Mega Elixir number 5. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Level 63 here. We maxed out HP. MP is staying ahead of the curve. We're just a little bit over the 10 MP per level mark. We do have 30 int, so that's the next breakpoint done. 40 is probably going to happen on its own. 50 would definitely take a bunch of manipulation. And I don't know how worthwhile that investment is. The big advantage of more MP breakpoints here is that whenever I do Cure 3, and I'm getting 300 or so HP recovery, that's nice, but you could definitely get that up to 450, 500. And that would probably be pretty helpful for the boss fights to have a really big heal. 300 is not gonna cut it versus like Chaos, who does like 300 plus around. You basically have to hope he does a lot of free turns to get any recovery on that. Yeah, right now we are guaranteed, I believe, 8 MP. It's just like Vitality, where every 4 points of intelligence should give me an extra MP per level. And so our next one at 32 should put us up to 9 per level. So at this point, like, given that you're going to get some percentage of strong MP gains, which are plus 10 or so, we shouldn't have a problem. We just need a strong, like, every 5 levels. And then we're totally good. Maybe even, like, every 8 levels would be enough. Given that we do have 9 MP coming pretty soon. Also, this is pretty far past where the other character classes ended their zombie grinds. They were pretty much ready to go over to the eyes as soon as I had like 3 Mega Elixirs. Red Mage is staying here a little bit longer, even though it's a less efficient grind, because those Mega Elixirs are going to be pretty nice. Also, a slight downside here is that Zombie Days give you way less money than the eye does, which shouldn't really make a big difference. Like, we are going to have plenty of cash. But you want to buy up all the consumables for what you can get out of the caravan vendor. Those are another couple 100,000 that you typically don't have the administration to pay for. Black Mage doing this grind. Black Mage is not doing a grind like this. You'll probably come in with a little bit of zombie time just doing Fire 3 and using spells, but you're going to go through your ethers very, very fast doing that. So you're not going to be here nearly as long, and you don't have all that much healing since it's going to be just your high potions. Which high potions give you the equivalent about 30 elixirs worth of recovery. Or 30 ethers worth of recovery. But my hope is that Black Mage can be still okay. Black Mage is going to probably need about as much hand-holding with HP at the start. And also is probably going to be more concerned about intelligence than the Mage is. At least for a little while. I think by the end of the game, Black Mage is going to be almost identical to Red Mage in terms of just swing your Mazmune, hope for the best. See if we can run against these Argos now that we're like level 1 million. Running is going to be so much nicer on the way out. We have gained something like 35 level ups. The real fun question is, how's the Thief gonna grind things? Because the Thief's got none of this. No spells, no weapon upgrades. No hope. And yet somehow, Thief is gonna have to be really digging deep. Definitely took a lot longer, but Red Mage is feeling basically like how Fighter and Black were almost immediately after they started their grinds. Where you're going before the zombie though, and you're one-shotting, so pretty much minimal damage taken, very fast fights. At this point, you could take the 99 if you wanted to. See if you could get more Mega Elixirs. Or if you feel that you're going to Mega Elixirs, then the eye grind is going to be probably about half as much time per level. That one will be zipping through to get to 99 at. Dive into the Sea Shrine for the Mage Staff. So there's a couple problems with that. One is that the Mage Staff needs your intelligence stat to be good. Because consumable items and items used in combat use your int stat, not just a generic value. For anything that doesn't have a fixed amount, it's going to be intelligence based for all the results. The second problem is you can't get to the Sea Shrine or anywhere else until you can get the airship, which means going through Ice Cave. And going here is to make Ice Cave easier because it gives you a bunch of upgrades, particularly Gold Bracelet and Zeus Gauntlet. The Thief's first use of any kind of magic at all. The Thief still experienced no, but the Thief can steal our hopes and dreams, which it then feeds on. Yeah, I gotta rock a Thief. We can probably do something about that. I bet we can make the eye fight reasonably workable. Also thinking that this might be it for our grind here. 5 Mega Elixirs is a decent amount. Feel like we got okay enough stack gains. I don't feel bad about blasting their levels. We'll definitely hit 40 for intelligence. 50 might require manipulating the level ups at the end. In which case each of those is a 1 in 8. About the same difficulty as getting the manipulated level ups at the start, so a couple of minutes per level. Not that big of a deal. That should be that. 4 deals. Done. Now things are so much nicer. The Red Mage didn't need to get all that HP at the start. I think the Red Mage pretty much going nearly as fast as Fighter and Black Bolt. So yeah, this is definitely going into the easier character camp, which was expected. And I think White Mage, Black Mage, Thief are going to be the hard character camp. Those 3 are going to be way tougher, with Thief being the worst. But both White Mage and Black Mage kind of legitimately being a lot more intensive than this Red Mage has been. Alright, so we got all of our spells already. Let's get stuff that we're not using. Okay, probably don't even need tents at this point. Get rid of those. Houses are still helpful. I'll go ahead and just max out my antidotes so that we are done with that. I didn't get any remedy drops. Where were those remedies? Was there any from the eye? That might be why I don't have any remedies yet. It's kind of unimportant because you're going to probably not have a lot of status elements for the rest of the game. But I did notice that number was conspicuously 0. And yeah, it makes sense if it's the eye. Let's stop over to Question like with our ethers refilled. Probably just buy potions and high potions to have them, even though I don't expect them to be tremendously useful. The entire stack of high potions is worth about 30 ethers. The entire stack of potions is worth maybe 10 ethers. And as we get better intelligence stats, that number goes down for what they are worth. So yeah, you can get these, but not that important. So those maxed out. We don't need Phoenix Downs. We don't need tents here. That should all be good. I think right around here should be a good place to stop for the night. Day number 1, finishing up with completing ordeals. We're at level 70 something, so the ice cave is going to be a little faster than normal. Let's take our save there. 5 hours, 15 minutes.